Ms. Violette, please take the stand. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Violette, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Ma'am, yesterday we finished off and we were talking about the Reagan-Housley instant message that you reviewed. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And in it, Mr. Alexander expressed that he was extremely fearful of the defendant because of her stalking behavior, correct?
he didn't say he was extremely fearful. No, he didn't.
Judge, I think we need to approach now. You read the Reagan-Housley instant message, correct?
Yes, I did.
And there's an indication to the reader that Mr. Alexander was extremely afraid because of the stalking conduct by Jodi Arias, correct?
I don't see any behavior supporting his fear, Mr. Martinez. I see no behavior supporting that fear. And they were both laughing in the email as well.
You can tell, first of all, whether somebody is laughing on the other side of a text or of an instant message, ma'am? You can tell that?
There was just ha, ha, ha.
Not at that time, was there?
Right before that, as they were talking about
Not at that time when he said that, correct?
No.
Judge, may I ask the question that we've been talking about?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go back to the jury room for approximately 5 minutes. No more than 5 minutes. Please remember the admonition.
Please back to the jury.
We are at recess for 3 minutes. Ms. Violette, you may step down. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Ma'am, you reviewed the Reagan-Housley instant message involving her and Mr. Alexander, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that Mr. Alexander was extremely afraid of the defendant, Jodi Arias, based on her stalking behavior?
He said,
No, please don't tell me what he said. Just answer my question.
he was afraid of her, yes.
Because of her stalking behavior, correct?
Correct.
And ma'am, if we take a look at this exhibit 614, if we're talking about aggression and abuse, if Mr. Alexander is afraid of the defendant, extremely afraid of the defendant because of her stalking behavior, then we've moved over to this column here that talks about stalking, correct?
You're mischaracterizing my continuum, Mr. Martinez.
I'm not asking you to tell me about the continuum. Isn't it true that stalking is mentioned under terrorism in your continuum of aggression and abuse? Yes or no?
Stalking, that is...
Yes or no?
It's not yes or no, Mr. Martinez.
Do you see these letters here?
It's not a yes or no answer,
Ma'am,
Mr. Martinez.
I'm asking you. Do you see this word here that I'm pointing to? Yes or
I
no?
see that word.
Is that word stalking? Yes or no?
That word
Yes or
has
no?
a definition,
I'm
and you
not
are not
asking you.
using it. You're not using the definition that I apply in this continuum. So if you want me to talk about what stalking means,
Judge,
I will
not-
talk about it.
Non-responsive.
Sustained. Next question.
Ma'am, that issue involving stalking does appear on the right-hand side of this diagram, correct?
It appears on all three, as I think. Usually it's at the bottom of the other two as well.
Well, let's take a look at the other two. You put this together, right?
Well, it was left
Yeah,
off.
no, ma'am. Did you put this together?
This one,
Yes.
this is one that was copied
Ma'am.
from somebody. This is not my complete continuum, Mr. Martinez.
Well, ma'am, let's go back to the one that you adopted then, all right? Take a look at Exhibit 558. And you say that stalking appears elsewhere. Let's take a look under battering, even though we can't read that real well. Do you see stalking anywhere underneath that column? Yes or no?
No, I don't. I
With re-
discuss it.
Ma'am, then with regard to the column, you see that? It says abuse. Do you see any stalking underneath there?
Mr. Martinez.
Yes or no?
Mr. Martinez.
Yes or no?
I discuss
Yes or no?
stalking in
Yes.
both of those areas.
Judge, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Yes or no? Do you see stalking under abuse?
I don't believe that's a yes or no answer, Mr. Martinez.
I'm not asking you
I
what
know,
you
but
believe.
do you want the truth of this, or
Yes,
do you
I want you to answer the truthfully and take a
I
look.
can't answer it truthfully with yes or no. That's what I'm saying to you. I would like to be able to answer it truthfully.
Ma'am, what is this word up here?
Abuse,
What is this phrase underneath there?
sporadic physical aggression,
And the phrase underneath that is what?
name calling but not character assassination,
And underneath that is what?
verbal abuse but not psychological abuse,
And underneath that is what?
may be remorseful,
And underneath that, what does that read?
threats of abandonment,
And underneath that,
aggression takes place without witnesses.
anywhere there, do you see the word stalking, yes or no?
I do not see the word stalking.
We go over to the left under high conflict. Do you see the word stalking anywhere there?
High conflict is not domestic violence, Mr. Martinez.
I'm not asking you what high conflict is, am I, ma'am?
That is not an area where you would see stalking, Mr.
Ma'am.
Martinez.
Let's just take a look at this then. You see this word here? What is
High
that word?
conflict
Underneath that, read that for me.
does not solve problems well.
Underneath that?
Anger is an issue in family. Stalking was never
Ma'am,
listed
ma'am, I'm
there.
not asking you that. What is this right here?
May have remorse.
And underneath that?
May have sporadic physical aggression and or destruction of property.
And
Can have
underneath-
emotional abuse. No fear. Balance of power and relationship.
Do you see the word stalking there?
It was never there.
The answer is no then, correct?
Correct.
Then if we go over to battering. You see that?
Yes, I do.
What's the first concept there?
Monopolization of perception.
Underneath that?
Generally, more regular physical abuse may not occur without, but may occur without physical.
Underneath that?
Threats to victim support system. Jealousy. Putting down family and friends. Destruction of property. Self-absorbed. Sexual abuse. Change in victim's personality, more generally violent.
Do you see the word stalking anywhere in that column? Yes or no?
No.
The only place that the word stalking appears is under the column terrorism, correct?
Correct, and I define it.
Yeah. And ma'am, one of the things that you told us about the term stalking yesterday was that terrorism, or not terrorism, but stalking involves a frightened response on behalf of the person who's being stalked. Do you remember telling us that?
A frightened behavior.
Pardon?
Frightened behaviors.
Did you use the word frightened in regard to defining the term stalking?
I used frightened, but it needs to be demonstrated in the behavior of the person. People who are stalked generally take action about being stalked, Mr. Martinez, and I saw no action taken.
What you are saying is that you are, even though you indicated at the start of this exchange that in that Reagan-Housley instant message, you indicated that, yes, you saw that Mr. Alexander, and the term that was used was extremely afraid because of the stalking behavior by the defendant. You're now backing away from that then. You're saying that when you agreed to that, you didn't mean to agree to it. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying
Yes or no? Yes or no?
It is not a yes or no question.
Well, extremely afraid. Mr. Alexander was extremely afraid. Did you not agree with that assessment just minutes ago?
I agreed with his verbiage.
No. Judge, may we approach?
You may.
Ma'am, take a look at Exhibit 615, read the first page, and once you're done reading the first page, let me know.
Sure.
Have you read it?
Yes, I have.
I have it back. And isn't it true that the verbiage indicates that Mr. Alexander was extremely afraid of the defendant, Jodi Arias, because of her stalking behavior?
Yes, the verbiage supports that.
And you don't know whether or not he was telling the truth, do you?
No, I don't.
So it could just as well be that he was telling the truth or not, correct?
I would have,
Correct?
I look at the big picture.
No, I'm not asking about the big picture. I'm just asking about this.
If I look specifically at
Judge, may
that
we-
email,
may we
then
approach?
yes.
And so, ma'am, if Mr. Alexander was extremely afraid because of the stalking behavior of the defendant, I want to talk to you about what may have happened in the relationship previously. For example, you are aware that they had a relationship from when to when. What is your understanding?
Their official relationship or
The
their actual
official
relationship?
relationship, yes.
The official relationship started in February of 2007 and officially ended in June or July of 07.
And ma'am, at the time that this relationship ended in June or July of 2007, isn't it true that at the time that it ended, the defendant was living in California and Mr. Alexander was living in Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And after the relationship ended, isn't it true that the defendant moved from California to Mesa, Arizona, to a neighborhood near Mr. Alexander, correct?
I don't know the neighborhood, but yes, she moved to Mesa.
We have had testimony from the defendant that she moved to a neighborhood that was near the defendant. Would you have any knowledge of anything in your documentation that would indicate anything to the contrary?
No.
And if we take this idea that Mr. Alexander has this fear of the defendant because of her stalking behavior, if they broke up, wouldn't that be an indicator of a stalking, or at least the beginning of a stalking behavior, when the parties break up and then the defendant moves to Mesa, Arizona? Wouldn't that be at least an indication or a starting point for this stalking behavior?
No.
No? Okay. So you see that as appropriate that after the breakup and after the fact that they're in two separate states, that she moves to Arizona, you see no problem with it from a stalking perspective, correct?
I see no end to the relationship in any communication between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias that discourages her from moving, nor that acts like the relationship is over. And in
Ma'am,
fact,
I'm over here.
it's over verbally, I suppose, but behaviorally, it never has ended.
And behaviorally, it hasn't ended because the person in the blue shirt over there moved over to Mesa, Arizona, correct?
No, not correct.
Well, immediately after that, if the relationship ended in June or July of 2007, didn't Mr. Alexander manifest an indication that he was done with the relationship in August of 2007?
No. In
Well,
fact,
is it yes or no?
No, it's not a yes or no.
Isn't it true that in August of 2007, the defendant went over to Mr. Alexander's house while he had a guest there? Do you remember that?
In August?
Of 2007, yes.
Yes,
And
yes.
isn't it true that she was uninvited to come over when Mr. Alexander was there with that guest, correct?
Objection, speculation, knowledge, and mischaracterizes the testimony.
You may answer yes or no.
That it's a yes or no?
Yes.
She came over, they had a back and forth relationship.
I'm not
She
asking
had the password to his,
Objection, non-responsive.
Next question.
And ma'am, isn't it true that when she came over, she was outside of a glass type of, or in other words, she was on the outside looking in through glass as Mr. Alexander was in an intimate moment with another woman, correct?
she had tried to go through the
Yes.
garage
Yes
where she
or
had
no?
the password, and she couldn't get into the door, so went around and
Objection,
left.
non-responsive.
Sustained.
I'm asking you about how she saw what was going on inside.
She-
That's what I'm asking you about. Isn't it true that she stood outside looking in through glass as Mr. Alexander was inside with another woman involved in an intimate moment? Yes or no?
Yes, and she immediately left.
Ma'am, did I ask you whether or not she immediately left? Yes or no?
You're asking me very
No,
incomplete
I asked you
questions,
whether
Mr.
or not-
Martinez. You're asking me very incomplete questions that don't get at what my testimony is about, which is about...
Judge, objection,
I'm going to ask that you answer only the question you're being asked. Ms. Wilmot will have an opportunity to ask you some follow-up questions, and she can clarify anything at that point that you think should be clarified. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
And when she came over unannounced, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony.
Overruled, you may answer.
And your answer was correct, right?
I actually don't know.
Well, ma'am-
As far as I know, she was not invited.
Ma'am, you said correct previously, right?
As far as I know, it's correct.
Ma'am, you didn't add as far as I know, did you? Previously.
No, I didn't.
And when she was there, ma'am, one of the things that the defendant was able to see through the light of the television, that what Mr. Alexander was kissing this other woman, correct?
I believe so.
And isn't it true that the defendant was also able to see that at some point the brassiere was being hooked or unhooked at some point, correct?
Correct.
So she was there for a period of time to watch Mr. Alexander in an intimate moment with somebody else, right?
Objection, speculation, and foundation.
Overruled.
I don't know how long she was there, Mr. Martinez.
She was long enough to see what you just described, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, isn't there an indication, at least from Mr. Alexander's behavior, that he was done with the relationship because he had moved on to another woman, right?
No, that's not true.
So an indication, so Mr. Alexander being with another woman is not an indication that he is done with the relationship with Miss Arias, yes or no? The way you see it, yes or no?
It is not a yes or no. I cannot give that a yes or no.
And isn't that, though, an indication, again, if we're talking that Mr. Alexander was extremely frightened of the stalking behavior of the defendant, isn't that an indication of stalking behavior to go over to an ex-boyfriend's house and look inside the window while he's in an intimate moment with another woman? Yes or no?
No.
All right? And ma'am, one of the things that you told us was that you relied on these journals, right?
In part.
In part. And you took them to be true, correct?
I took them to be part of what I considered.
I'm not asking you what you consider. I'm asking about the content itself. Isn't it true that you took these journals to be true? Yes or no?
The journals in corroboration with the other information, Mr. Martinez.
So the answer is yes, you took them to be true because you say you did some corroborative work, correct?
I did a lot of corroborative work.
Right, and so what you're saying is you took them to be true based on your investigation, right?
I would need to know what part you mean that I took to be
All
true.
of the journals, you took those to be
I
true.
cannot tell you that I took in toto, and there would be a piece here and a piece here that I wouldn't question or wouldn't want to know. So you're asking me about pages and pages of journals. If you can be specific, I could answer that.
How about the one on August 26th of 2007? You took that entry to be true, didn't you?
Will you refresh me with that journal
Sure,
entry?
let's take a look at it. Does that refresh your recollection about what we're talking about?
Yes.
And in fact, this was written after the defendant had engaged in this behavior when she went over to Mr. Alexander's house unannounced and looked inside. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, I am.
Isn't that an indication of a stalking state of mind, given the fact that Mr. Alexander has indicated that he was extremely frightened because of the defendant's stalking behavior?
Objection, mischaracterizes the testimony with regard to when the IM was created.
Sustained.
Ma'am, in terms of the message, you know when it was written, don't you?
Excuse me?
You know when this was written, don't you?
The Reagan-Housley?
Yes.
That was written in '08, I believe.
Right. And do you know approximately when in '08 that it was written?
I'm not sure the date in '08, but it was written in '08.
And this is in August 26th of '07, right?
Correct.
So that this would be before this instant message, correct?
Correct.
And this was written the day after this, not peeping, but looking into the window took place, correct?
Correct.
Isn't that an indication of stalking behavior?
No.
And ma'am, you said that you looked at these entries and that you corroborated what was in them, right?
I looked at lots of entries. I
And-
didn't corroborate each and every entry. No, I didn't.
You looked at corroborative evidence is what you told me, right?
Correct.
Well, in this, and if you want to look at, I want you to look at all of it, isn't it true that it makes no mention there or anywhere else of the defendant going over to Mr. Alexander's house, looking inside the window and seeing him with another woman? It doesn't say anything about that, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And so that's an indication that these journals, whatever they may be, one thing is that they're not truthful, are they?
Objection, mischaracterizes the journals.
Overruled.
They're not complete.
And incomplete means being untruthful, doesn't it, in this context of this investigation, doesn't it?
It does not mean untruthful. It means incomplete.
Where does it say here in this entry of Sunday, August 26th of '07, that the defendant admits that she engaged in a stalking type behavior of going over to Mr. Alexander's home, looking inside through the window and seeing him with another woman? Does it?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony as to characterizing its stalking behavior.
Overruled.
Anywhere in there does it say that?
No.
So that would be that, what do you attribute that to? Because before you were telling us that these messages, or not these messages, but these journals, that they were influenced by this law of attraction, right?
Right?
Are you now telling us that because of the law of attraction, she didn't write it in here? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
She didn't, the bottom line is she didn't write it here, correct?
She didn't write it there.
And we don't have a complete picture of what was going on if we start basing what we do on these journals, correct?
We need to be basing them and probably looking at the numerous other women he was with at the time he was with the woman on the couch, that there were other women, and that because he was with one woman didn't mean he had ended a relationship with another woman.
Ma'am, how many other women was Mr. Alexander with on this period of time in August of 2007? You keep saying other women. How many other women? Go ahead, give me a number.
Well, there was Lisa.
In August of 2007. You are absolutely certain he was with Lisa in August of 2000. I'm over here, you keep looking to your left. In August of
I'm
2000.
going to look over here.
In August of 2007, ma'am. Are you
I
absolutely?
have a list of people he was with from December 2007. Some of them he was with before. There was a Nicole Broadbent who talked to him prior to that, who was talking to him in 2007. There was Jodi Arias, and there was someone else in 2007. Most of my data comes from December 2007 to June of 2008. And those are the emails I have.
And you indicated talking to some other woman, correct?
I indicated that he was at least communicating with Deanna at this time. He was communicating with Nicole at this time. He was communicating with Jodi Arias at this time, and he was communicating with Lisa at this time.
And in your standard, the standard that you are applying, in this case, if Mr. Alexander is talking to another woman, he's a bad guy, right? Because
No, I'm not
isn't that
saying.
how you're portraying him in this case? That he's a bad guy because he's talking to all these other women, right?
No, not at all.
Overruled.
So he's a good guy then.
The prosecutor's tone.
Approach, please.
Just because he's talking to other women doesn't mean that he's doing anything with them, is he?
There's flirtation.
And you see, applying your standard, you see that as something bad on the part of Mr. Alexander, don't you?
You ask me bad
No.
or good, and I don't see the world in bad and good. Mr. Martinez, I see the world with lots of shades of gray, and so I'm not going to go bad and good with you. I can't do that.
Well-
There's gray in there.
One of the things that you told us, or you told me during the interview, was that you're old-fashioned, right?
That doesn't...
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Sure, I told you I was
And ma'am-
old-fashioned.
Is it somehow that you were offended from that point of view that Mr. Alexander, after he's broken up, or after they've broken up, applying your standard, after they've broken up, are you somehow offended? And so that it impacted your view of the evidence just because Mr. Alexander, according to you, may be talking to other girls?
No, not at all.
All right.
I have two older children.
I'm
I
gonna
have been
object
through
to
the
that
60s. I have been through the 70s.
Sustained, sustained.
Ma'am, you don't know whether or not Mr. Alexander was engaged in any sort of sexual behavior with Deanna during this time, do you?
No, I don't.
You don't know if he was involved with any sexual behavior involving Lisa Andrews, correct?
No, I don't.
And you believe that he was involved with Lisa Andrews in August of 2007, right?
He was involved with Lisa Andrews in the later part of 2007, and it may have been in October. It may not have been then. I don't know who this young woman on the couch was. I don't.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about Lisa Andrews, correct?
Lisa Andrews may not have been until later, but I'm not sure. It was an 8-month relationship. It ended in March. So let me, just
Well,
a
ma'am,
second.
let
You're
me ask
asking
you-
me, so let me go back. August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March. He would have been involved with Lisa Andrews at that time.
So he was involved with Lisa Andrews. And you don't know whether or not they were involved in any, he was involved in any sexual activity with Miss Andrews at that time, correct?
I know that Miss Andrews wrote
Yes or no?
Miss Andrews wrote something talking about them
But
making
you
out
don't
too
know the
much.
date, do you?
There's a date on the journal. I'm not specific on the date, so I don't know, but he was involved with Miss Andrews at that time. So if she was the woman on the couch, there was something sexual. If she wasn't the woman on the couch, he was involved with her and involved with somebody else that he was being sexual with.
And that to you, even though he is no longer with Miss Arias because there's been this breakup, that to you is something you take into account, right? Yes or no?
I take into account.
Yes or no?
Yes, I take it into account.
And now, ma'am, with regard to Lisa Andrews, one of the things that you indicated to us was that in that letter that she wrote, that she complained about Mr. Alexander's inappropriate sexual advances, correct?
Yes.
In fact, though, do you know that Miss Andrews came in here and testified? Do you know about that?
Yes, I do.
And do you know that she actually said that she was the one that actually took the improper advances towards Mr. Alexander and that he refused them? Did you know that?
Objection, this characterizes Ms. Sanders' testimony.
Approach, please. You may continue.
You don't know whether or not it was whether or not it was Miss Andrews who initiated the intimacy with Mr. Alexander, do you?
No, I don't.
So when you look at the document, you're really basing it on something that is incomplete, right?
I'm basing it on what Miss Andrews says.
No, you're basing it on what was written in a document, correct?
Correct.
You weren't here when she testified, correct?
I was not here when she testified.
And you didn't go out and interview her, correct?
No, I didn't. I read 3 interviews by her, or more than 3.
But you didn't go out and talk to her yourself, correct?
I did not.
Now, and this issue involving the looking in the window happened in August of 2007, correct?
Correct.
And nothing is written here in this August 26th of 2007 journal entry, exhibit number 510, about that particular incident where the defendant came over and looked in the window, correct?
Correct.
And ma'am, as you understand it then, the defendant then came over the next day and spoke to Mr. Alexander about this particular event that she had seen, correct?
Correct.
And again, doesn't that seem like stalking behavior to you, that they are broken up as of June or July of 2007, that she moves to Mesa, Arizona near him, and then comes over to his house unannounced at night, sees what she sees, and then confronts him? That does not appear to you to be stalking behavior?
Not when I look at everything else.
Okay, so it does not appear to be stalking behavior. But it does, at that point, after she sees him with another woman engaged in this intimate contact is when the stories start about whether or not he is abused.
Objection is to stories.
Overruled.
The stories start about whether or not he has abused her physically, right? It was immediately thereafter, right?
It was in October.
So you believe that the physical contact between, the alleged physical contact between Mr. Alexander and the defendant occurred in October of 2007.
Yes.
What was the initiating or the first incident that you remember where he, according to you, physically touched her in a violent sort of way?
In October of 2007.
Describe the incident for me,
It
please.
was an incident where they were arguing. He grabbed her by the shoulders, threw her to the ground, and then told her she wasn't leaving.
Where were they?
They were, I'm not sure where they were. They were at her house or his house, I'm not sure.
And was she able to leave after he grabbed her?
She stayed.
Well, this is based on everything you tell us is what either somebody said or what you read, correct? Because you were there.
Correct.
So, was she able to leave?
She said she couldn't leave at first, but then she admitted that she thought she would be able to leave. She didn't attempt to leave, but she thought she would be able to leave. And they commenced talking for 3 hours or so.
And ma'am, again, this behavior that we're talking about that you just described occurred after the end of August 26 of 07, after she sees him, by her own admission, with another woman, right?
Correct.
And then there's this physical altercation. There are no reports of it, correct?
Correct.
There are no other individuals that you know of that she has told about it, correct?
Correct.
There is no medical care that may have been needed, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there is no journal entry indicating that either, is there?
No, and that would make sense.
It makes sense because you are biased in this case, aren't you, in favor of the defendant?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled. It makes sense because of all the years I've worked with battered women who do the same thing, Mr. Martinez.
So just because somebody else in a different state may have done something in a situation that may be similar, you have taken that and said, because of what this woman or this other woman may have done, you are then saying, that's the reason why I'm going to believe the defendant.
No, it isn't. It's because of everything that I've read, the consistency of what I've read, the timeline of what I've read, the behavior of Mr. Alexander, that, by the way, any man in my group would consider verbally abusive.
So
That's why I consider it.
So now what you're telling us is that because you counsel men, right? That's what you're telling us, right?
I counsel men and women.
Right. You counsel men, correct?
Yes, I do.
And now you're telling us, well, I looked at what these men think about in terms of abuse, and they say that what Mr. Alexander is doing is abusive, right? That's what you just told us, right?
I didn't tell them what Mr. Alexander did, but when they discuss abuse and they discuss the things they say to their partners, they talk about abuse.
Ma'am, you just told us just now every man in my group would consider what Mr. Alexander did abusive. You just told us that, right?
Correct.
You don't know what every one of those men would think, do you? You really can't say that, can you?
I know what they talk about in group, Mr. Martinez.
You know what they talk about in group, but you don't know what they would think in this case. Can you at least admit that?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Can you admit that or not?
Same question.
Can I admit that I don't know?
How they would decide this case in terms of whether or not Mr. Alexander was abusive.
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
I believe that they would agree to that because I have heard their discussions. Some of them have been in the program over 2 years, and I know the way they look at abuse and the way they define abuse.
And this is one of the cornerstones of how you approach this case. how these men would look at this evidence, right?
No, it is not.
Well, you just told us that that's something that you are considering in looking at Mr. Alexander's behavior, what some guy out in Long Beach, California would think about, right?
Objection
No.
to characterizes their testimony.
Overruled.
No, I did not use that as a cornerstone, Mr. Martinez, at all, about what I just mentioned that now, but it's not something that I took in and said, gee, what would the men in my program think about what was being said? I looked at what was being said. I thought anyone who looked at what was being said, if they had a daughter and that was being said to their daughter, would be so upset and so wanting to change the behavior that was directed at someone they loved, male or female, that those words strung together are horrific words.
And ma'am, with regard to that, that's assuming the truth of what you are being told, right?
That's the,
Yes or no?
that's the instant message, Mr.
Right. Yeah, and
Mr.
in
Martinez?
In fact, ma'am, there's nothing written in October about what this physical incident was, is there?
I was not addressing that.
I am.
Okay.
Isn't it true that these journals don't address this physical incident in October of 2007? That's where we started talking about this.
Right.
So now, with regard to these questions, in terms of the behavior that was exhibited by the defendant on August 26th or thereabouts of 2007, what would your men think of a woman coming over that they are broken up about, that they've broken up with, and they're with somebody else, and the previous girlfriend has moved over to where they live, has come over unannounced? Would those men think that that's stalking behavior, since you're using them as sort of a guide now?
Actually, they look at context, Mr. Martinez.
Speculation.
Ma'am, then after this incident in October of 2007, when is the next incident that you know of any physical aggressive behavior by Mr. Alexander?
In January of 2008.
And when was that, ma'am?
The end of January, the 21st, the 22nd.
So January 22nd of 2008, correct?
Well, 21st and 22nd, there were,
Okay. And ma'am, are you aware that in the early part of January of 2008, Mr. Alexander, per the testimony of Daniel Freeman, told the defendant, you need to move away, you need to get away from me? Are you aware of that?
Objection mischaracterizes Mr. Freeman's testimony.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are directed to recall the testimony you heard in this trial. You may continue.
Are you aware of Mr. Alexander indicating to Mr. Freeman that he needed her to leave him?
I'm unaware of any testimony. I was not privy to testimony of prior witnesses.
So, did you read it anywhere? This statement by Mr. Freeman about Mr. Alexander's desire in January of 2008 that the defendant leave?
I don't recall, but I would be happy to look at that. If you have that interview, I'd be happy to look at it.
Ma'am, it was testimony here in court under oath.
Well, I'm not
So,
privy to that.
Assuming that's true, assuming that Mr. Freeman indicated under oath that in the early part of January 2008, Mr. Alexander indicated that he needed to have the talk with the defendant about her leaving.
Objection mischaracterizes Mr. Freeman's testimony.
Overruled. Again, the jury is directed to recall the testimony they heard during this trial. You may continue.
Assuming that, thereafter is when this allegation involving the pedophilia arises on January 21 of 2008, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, one of the things that can be called stalking is to make up a lie about somebody and threaten them with exposure of that lie, isn't it? Isn't that stalking behavior?
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Exposing a nasty, horrific rumor that is untrue about an individual, that's also considered stalking behavior, correct?
I would consider that blackmailing behavior.
It's not stalking behavior by saying to somebody, I'm going to disclose something that's untrue.
I have no reason to believe that happened.
I'm not asking you to speculate as to whether or not it's happening. I'm talking about stalking. We're still talking about stalking under exhibit number 558.
Stalking behavior creates fear, but there's also behavior, generally speaking, along the way that people do because they're afraid of the stalker. So they don't continue to email them, they don't continue to see them, they don't continue to do those things. Stalkers frighten people, and when people are stalked, they generally try to get help. They get restraining orders, they call the police. There are numerous things people do if they believe they're being stalked, and you're telling me he believes he's being stalked from 2007, and I just don't see behavior that supports somebody being terrorized by a stalker.
And you're saying that they undertake behaviors in response to the stalking, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
And telling the defendant to leave him alone and move back to Wairika, that would be one of the behaviors in response to stalking, correct?
It doesn't indicate fear behavior. It indicates that he has the power to tell her to go and expect that she will.
But that's a behavior that indicates a response to the stalking, doesn't it? Get away from me is a response to stalking, isn't it?
Objection is characterized as a testimony.
Overruled. You may answer the question asked.
I don't have reason to see that they're stalking, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, you don't see stalking there, and the response to it, whether it's get away.
Telling somebody to get away, sure.
All right.
Telling somebody to get away, I just don't see stalking behavior, so I'm trying to.
We've talked about some behaviors on the part of the defendant so far, haven't we?
Yes.
And you don't see any pattern there, correct? That's what you're saying.
I'm saying I don't see a pattern because of the other pattern of communication with Jodi Arias, that Mr. Alexander continues to communicate. And in fact, the beginning of 2008 says, and starts the year by saying, I love you, Jodi, exclamation point. That's not behavior I see associated with stalking. I just don't.
And you say that he starts the year by saying, I love you, but we also have him saying, leave me alone in the first part of January 2008, don't we?
Objection is characterized as Mr. Freeman's testimony.
Overruled. The jury is directed to recall the testimony from the trial.
It has been reapproached.
You may. Please be back in the designated area in 10 minutes. We will start promptly at that time. Please remember the admonition. Yes. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You may continue with cross-examination.
Ma'am, you indicated to us that you did not believe that this was stalking up to this point because, according to you, Mr. Alexander didn't take any reactive action, correct?
Yes,
And that would include, for example, a police report, right?
probably, yes.
Order of protection, something like that, correct?
Could happen, yes.
Telling a friend to help him, right? There's no indication of that, correct?
Correct.
So in your view, because there's nothing written down, this allegation is not supported, correct? Or none of these things have happened, so this allegation is not supported, correct?
No, it's not just because he hasn't done those things, it's because of the continued contact between the two of them.
All right? In this case, though, the defendant has made some allegations, for example, the physical abuse allegation, the pedophilia allegation. She didn't report it to anybody either, did she?
No, and that
She-
tends to be
she-
different.
hold on.
Okay.
Correct? She didn't?
No, she did not.
She didn't tell anybody about it, correct?
Correct.
In fact,
Well,
hold on. In fact, as a result, for example, of the alleged pedophilia, she continued to have contact with him by having intercourse that night on January 21st, 2008, didn't she?
not January 21st.
So you're saying you do not believe that she had intercourse with him on January 21st, 2008?
I don't have evidence that she had intercourse with him on the same night of the pedophilia?
Sure.
No, I don't have evidence of that.
But she continued to have sexual intercourse with him thereafter, correct?
Yes.
So if we're talking about Mr. Alexander not taking any corrective action, and then you look at the fact that he continues to have contact with her, well then, if we're then looking, for example, at him, the allegation that he had hurt, she didn't report it. Well, she didn't go get any medical care, correct?
Correct.
She didn't tell anybody, correct?
At some point, she told Matt McCartney some
This
things.
happens in the beginning, in August of 2007, January of 2008. She didn't tell anybody, correct?
I don't know when she told Mr. McCartney, Mr. Martinez. I
Wouldn't that
don't.
be important to know when she told Mr. McCartney?
It was important to me to know that she had alleged or alluded to some things, but
Well,
I
in
didn't
term-
know the date. No, I
Well, in
didn't.
terms of having contact with Mr. Alexander, it would have been important to know, for example, if she told Mr. McCartney about this in June of 2008, wouldn't it? Because before that, she would have continued to have contact with Mr. Alexander, and that would have been something that you needed to consider, because that's what you told us that you do.
She did tell him before June of 2008.
She did continue to have contact with Mr. Alexander, right?
She did, yes.
And she continued to engage in sexual activities with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes, she did.
And not only that, she continued to take trips with Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes, she did.
In fact, she even took trips with Mr. Alexander after supposedly finding in his telephone many, many text messages where he was flirting with other women, correct?
Objection, Foundation, time.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes.
And in fact, you indicated that she was able to review approximately 6 months of text messages, right?
Correct.
On his phone, correct?
I don't know how many months, but yes, she reviewed text
Long
messages on
period of
his
time,
phone.
right?
Yes.
So what we're seeing here is that you're saying, I don't believe that there was stalking by the defendant on Mr. Alexander because of these certain factors. Yet, even though the same factors are present on behalf of the defendant's conduct after the supposed physical abuse is present, you decide to believe her. Aren't you applying a different standard to the defendant's?
Now question.
Overruled.
Aren't you applying a different standard with regard to the defendant's conduct after the supposed abuse and Mr. Alexander's conduct after the supposed stalking?
No, I'm applying a different standard to stalking behavior and to domestic violence behavior.
So you are applying different standards, right?
to do two different dynamics.
And you're applying different standards because what? One involves a man and one involves a woman?
No, not at all, because one involves stalking and one involves domestic violence. And
Abuse, right? That's what
Yes.
we're talking about. Well, Exhibit 558, you see that word up there? What is that?
abuse,
And 558, what's that word?
stalking.
They're on the same sheet, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And ma'am, one of the things that this sheet talks about in terms of, we're going to look at stalking, it talks about exacerbating factors, right?
Correct.
And one of the exacerbating factors is the family of origin issues involving the perpetrator, correct?
Correct.
In this case, if Mr. Alexander is extremely afraid of the defendant because of her stalking behavior, if we then take a look at the defendant's family of origin issues, she did have family of origin issues, didn't she?
Objection, Judge. May we approach?
Yes.
The family of origin issues. Isn't it true that you are familiar with the defendant's family of origin issues in this case, right?
Correct.
According to you, yesterday you testified that there were many issues involving her father, right?
Yes, there are numerous issues.
And in fact, I think one of the things that you indicated was that her father was less than truthful, correct?
That her father was less than truthful
Right.
regarding,
Regarding whatever it is that you testified yesterday.
are you talking about the tape?
Isn't that when that issue about the father came up?
Yes.
Well,
I wanted to be specific because I didn't know what you exactly
And in
meant.
fact, you gave us some attributes of the father. Why don't you tell us what those were again, about how it was that you saw that he was negative toward the defendant in her upbringing?
That during her childhood, he made sexually inappropriate comments to her, that according to her grandparents, he was mean, and that may be why her mother was, that she was angry at her mother because he was mean, that her brother Carl testified that he was very impatient with his own children and he thought he got that from his father, that at one point he pushed her into a piece of furniture and knocked her out, that he was controlling with the mother.
And additionally, with regard to the mother, there were also some family of origin issues, correct?
With the mother or with the father?
With the mother.
I don't know about family of origin issues with her mother.
Well, she used to beat the defendant with a spoon. You know about that, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about her mother's family of origin.
No, I'm talking about the defendant right now.
Okay.
As the perpetrator, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, that the mother hit her child with a spoon and left welts,
And she was abusive in other instances, correct?
yelling and screaming at her.
So if we're looking at this continuum of aggression and abuse, there are definitely family of origin issues involving the defendant, right?
Correct.
One of the things we were talking about, ma'am, before we took the break was this issue of the alleged pedophilia on January 21 of 2008, correct?
Correct.
And you and I had a discussion about that, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you told me that you believed, or that based on your conversations from the defendant, with the defendant, that she actually walked in on him while he was on the computer looking at these images of children, correct? Yes or no, did you tell me that?
No, we actually cleared this up prior to this trial, Mr. Martinez, and I told you that I misspoke I assumed it was a computer because kids use computers nowadays, and I made that assumption. It was an incorrect assumption, and I had already told you that, and I thought we cleared that up prior to the trial.
Ma'am, isn't it true that we had an interview in November of 2012?
Correct.
And that was approximately 1 month before the trial started, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you indicated to me that based on what the defendant told you, that according to her, Mr. Alexander was watching the pornography on the computer when she walked in on him. Yes or no? Did you tell me that?
I misspoke, and I
I'm not asking you
clarified
if
that.
you misspoke, ma'am.
She did not tell me that. I made an assumption. It was an incorrect assumption, and I cleared that up. She did not tell me that.
I know you keep saying that. Isn't it true, though, that that's what you told me approximately 1 month before the trial started? Yes or no?
Yes, I told you that.
And not only did you tell me that on one occasion, you actually told it to me on 3 occasions during that interview, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, during that interview, there wasn't an indication that you weren't allowed to look at your notes, right? You were allowed to look at your notes, correct?
I read my notes. I glanced at my notes, yes.
You had your notes with you, correct?
Correct.
And the questioning, when it was being done, if you needed to look at the notes, you were allowed to do that, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
And during this conversation, at no time were you told that there was any restriction on what it was that you could say about whatever it is that your investigation revealed, correct?
Correct.
So what we have here is you indicating now that what you did was either changed your testimony, or what you're saying is that you were less than...
The objection is to the characterization that she's somehow changing her testimony. Not true.
Finish the question.
that you're...
Answer the question until the objection is made.
Okay.
that you're changing your testimony, or somehow you were sloppy in your reporting to me, to the prosecutor.
Same objection.
I misspoke to you, Mr. Martinez, and I don't think I'm sloppy. I think you're mischaracterizing that, but I think I made a mistake, which I think is actually possible in reviewing these cases.
And ma'am, one of the things that you knew was that this was an important kind of conversation, right? You knew that it was not something where you could just, it was 2 friends sitting down and talking. You knew that, right?
Correct.
You were being paid for that, weren't you?
Correct.
And during that time, you believed that it was important to be accurate with regard to what you were saying, right?
Yes, I did.
But you weren't accurate as to that point, correct?
I was inaccurate.
And you were inaccurate with regard to a number of other points, correct?
Several points.
So it just appears that, did you actually take that seriously? That,
Objection argumentative.
ma'am, with regard to that, did you prepare for that interview?
Yes, I did.
And you reviewed your notes, right?
Yes, I did.
And even though you reviewed your notes, you still, on 3 occasions, told me that the defendant walked in on Mr. Alexander while he was viewing child pornography on the computer, right?
Objection, ask and answer.
And ma'am, you use that incident as to formulate, if you will, or reach a decision in this case that there was some abuse here, right?
It wouldn't have mattered if there were pictures. The pictures were there, whether they were on the computer or they were on the bed, there were pictures, and that's what I used. I didn't just use the idea that I mischaracterized where the pictures were, but there were pictures, and that I didn't mischaracterize.
You see that? You've ever seen those pictures, ma'am?
No, I have not.
You've looked at the journal, haven't you?
I've looked at the journal.
Journal doesn't mention anything about this incident, does it?
No, it does not.
And yet, you vindicated to us that this is something that you've used, these journals, something that you've used to reach your opinion in this case, right?
Yes.
Let's take a look, for example, at the entry of January 24th of 2008. This is exhibit number 456. Do you see what the first sentence says?
Yes.
What does it say?
I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report.
So, according to this report, this issue of child or alleged child pornography wasn't noteworthy, right?
It was part of the promise not to write negative things, specific things.
So, when it to her benefit, she doesn't write it because it's part of this secret, correct?
I don't think just when it's to her benefit.
Well, with regard to all of these journals that are here, you want to go behind what's in the written word, don't you?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, the written word here says, I haven't written because there has been nothing noteworthy to report, right?
Right.
What you're saying is that you are taking these words and interpreting them to mean that something noteworthy did happen before January 24th of 2008. That's what you're telling us, right?
Yes, I guess I am.
And you're doing that even though you have no corroboration of that, do you? Other than the defendant's word.
I have no corroboration other than things that are mentioned in the sex tape that would, you know.
Other than the defendant's word, you really don't have anything that corroborates this, do you? That corroborates this allegation of child pornography, do you?
No, I do not.
Yet you still chose to believe it, though, didn't you?
What I chose to believe was that there was domestic violence.
No, I'm not asking about domestic violence. I'm asking very specific questions about an incident that is claimed to have occurred on January 21 of 2008. If we could restrict our question and answer to that. With regard to that, you chose to believe that incident, and you, however it was that you went about it, not assumed, based on whatever it is that you did, you found that to be truthful, correct?
I found the kicking incident to be truthful. I'm not an expert on child pornography. I'm not an expert on sex addiction. I don't do that. But I took that into account as I took into account that when I saw Miss Arias, she had a broken finger.
Do you believe, based on this, that there was an incident
I believe there was an incident, yes,
involving child pornography, right?
where that was part of it.
You do believe that, per the defendant's report, that Mr. Alexander was found masturbating to images of children on January 21 of 2008. You believe that?
I believe it.
And you believe it even though there's no report about it, right?
Yes,
And you believe it even though the defendant herself, at a time when this incident allegedly happened, writes that nothing noteworthy to report. You believe it anyway, right?
I believe it based on the
No,
other
no.
materials I've read.
I'm asking about this. Isn't it true that you believe it even though that's what's written there,
I
correct?
believe it because there's a,
There's an objection.
There is more to this journal entry than just what the prosecutor is showing the witness.
Overruled. You continue with your response.
Go ahead.
I believe what I believe because I have looked at so much information and so much collateral data, much of which is in Mr. Alexander's own words. That's why I believe that there was domestic violence. That's what I was retained to look at. Was there domestic violence in this situation? And I'm being asked to stray from that, but the truth is, what I believe is that there's domestic violence. And that's what I'm here to talk about. I'm not here to talk about child pornography. I'm not here to talk about lots of other things, Mr. Martinez. I'm here to talk about what I know something about. And that's really what I want to convey to people, not something that I have peripheral knowledge of.
And all of the documentation that you reviewed, keeping out the defendant's statement, is there any indication whatsoever that Mr. Alexander was involved in this January 21, 2008 incident of child pornography?
Is there a reason to believe from IMs or from her journal?
From anything. Point out to me something in the record that says, for example, for Mr. Alexander, I did this, or I didn't. I did this, I did it on this
He talks
day.
about corking a little girl in the
He
sex
talks
tape.
about, where does he talk about corking a little girl, ma'am?
In the sex tape, he talks
In his-
about,
hold on.
he talks about her
Ma'am,
having an orgasm.
May I stop you there?
Yeah.
The sex tape that you're talking about, corking a little girl, is the one on May 10th of 2008. Okay, correct? Is that what we're
Correct.
talking about?
Correct.
Where else does he talk about?
There is talking about in that sex tape of having
Right.
an orgasm like a little girl.
Right, okay. What else?
There is talk about on her drive to meet with him, that she's getting her Spider-Man underpants together, and does he want her to have braids or
Well,
ponytails?
Well, let me talk to you about the Spider-Man underwear. Do you know who Cameron Diaz is?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Alexander was very taken with Cameron Diaz?
Overruled, to me answer.
Do you know that, whether or not?
No, I don't.
Do you know whether or not she was wearing any Spider-Man underwear in a movie called Charlie's Angels?
No, I don't.
So you really don't know why Mr. Alexander may have been interested in Spider-Man underwear, do you?
No, I don't.
And in fact, of all the things that you've told us, so far there's no indication at all that he's interested in any little boys, right?
No.
And the allegation by the defendant is that it involved little boys, right?
Yes.
After that, you indicate that on the next day after that is that there's this incident, supposedly, where there's physical violence inflicted upon the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Is that the second incident? We've talked about one. Is that the second incident?
Yes, it is.
When is the third incident? Or the fourth?
The third incident is in March of 2008, when they are discussing her moving to Wairika.
And then the fourth incident is when, ma'am?
The fourth incident is in April.
And ma'am, looking at all of those four incidents taken together, is there anywhere in the journals that you have seen where there's any indication whatsoever that Mr. Alexander has physically hurt the defendant?
Just in general.
Not in general, I'm talking about specifically on those dates that you now have.
Specific to the dates?
Yes.
No.
And is there any indication of any medical reports anywhere?
No, there is not.
Are there any police reports anywhere?
No, there is not.
Even though you don't have any of that and all you have is the defendant's words, you've decided to go ahead and adopt the defendant's version of events, even though all you have is her word, correct?
Most of the time, you have nothing more than somebody's words and collaborative data because most women don't report.
And with regard to stalking, all you have right now is Mr. Alexander's word and the corroborative data that we talked about previously this morning, right?
I have corroborative data that's counterintuitive to stalking.
And that the thing that's counterintuitive to the stalking is the fact that he continued to have contact with her, right?
that he continues to have ongoing contact, initiate it.
Right.
Yes,
And it's the same for her, that she, even after the supposed incident of pedophilia occurs, but she continues to have contact with him, including sexual intercourse, correct?
correct.
And so his conduct is being judged by the same standard, though, according to you, right?
I repeated before that stalking behavior is different than domestically violent behavior when you look at the context, and that stalking can be part, but the worst kinds of domestic violence, which is what you're looking at in terrorism, that kind of stalking behavior I don't see in either Mr. Alexander or in Miss Arias. I don't see a pattern of that kind of stalking with either of them, that either of them are stalking the other.
With regard to sexual humiliation and degradation, that's another one of the factors that's listed under terrorism, correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the May 26, 2008 instant message, correct?
Correct.
In it, Mr. Alexander indicates that he's upset with the defendant because he's nothing more than a dildo with a heartbeat, right?
Correct.
Doesn't that seem to indicate that Mr. Alexander doesn't view his role as in having sex with the defendant in a very positive light?
Well, there's a lot more to that email.
Well,
Or that
I'm not asking you a lot more of the email. We could talk, there's a lot more text messages, there's a lot more journal entries. I want to talk about that message and that statement specifically. Do you understand me when I say that?
Yes.
Doesn't that statement indicate that Mr. Alexander feels that he's being somewhat degraded to the point that he's nothing more than a dildo, right?
Objection, speculation is what Mr. Alexander thought.
Sustained.
Well, he does say that he is nothing more than a dildo, right, with a heartbeat.
He does say that.
In your assessment of things, because you are assessing things, that's not a good thing, is it?
No, it's not.
So that conceivably could fit here under sexual humiliation and degradation if you were conducting this examination to view whether or not the defendant is the abuser in this case.
I would look at patterns, and I don't see patterns. I see him in a rant when he is very angry, talking about that. I've never seen that mentioned in any of the other information I've looked at. I've never seen him describe that. And in fact, unfortunately, he is acting in a sexual way that would allow him, with other women, with his phone sex, to allow him to feel that way.
And bottom line, that is not a good thing in terms of this being a dildo with a heartbeat, right?
No, it would not be a good thing.
Judge, may we approach for a minute, please?
may continue.
Ma'am, this 558 also indicates that generally, is that more? Is that what the word is there? Can you take a look at it? Is that more?
I'm not sure where you're pointing to.
This word right here.
Oh, more,
Why don't we look at this Exhibit 614? What does that say?
Generally more regular physical abuse, but may occur without physical.
So when we're talking about this terrorism and the stalking, is that there doesn't have to be any physical abuse, correct?
Correct.
And there's no allegation here, at least that we know of, that the defendant ever physically abused Mr. Alexander, correct?
Correct.
The other thing that we have here, though, is this insidious or psychological abuse, don't we?
Yes,
And that can be done by words, right?
correct,
It can be done by action, correct?
correct.
It can be done by things such as being manipulative with an individual, couldn't it?
If there's a pattern,
Right. And if an individual is manipulated over time, then that has a tendency, if you will, to create this psychological abuse, right? It
in a
could.
context, in a context of other things.
Right. And you indicated previously that with regard to meeting or finding that there's terrorism, that you don't have to find all of the factors here, correct? You only have to find some of them, right?
And I didn't find terrorism.
I didn't say that you found or didn't find terrorism. I'm saying that in order to make the assessment as to whether or not there's terrorism, you don't have to meet every one of these 8 factors, correct?
And there may be things that are not listed also.
So the answer is yes, the answer is you do not need to find all 8 factors, correct?
No,
And so if in this case, if we were to find that there was the stalking and that Mr. Alexander was extremely afraid of the defendant because of that stalking, and then if we find that there was psychological abuse on her part, and then we also find that we don't need to find physical abuse, but that there was this sexual humiliation and degradation, and then if we couple that with Exhibit 558 and we talk about the family of origin issues, it does appear that the person who was the perpetrator, the abuser in this relationship was the defendant, right?
not at all.
Not in your assessment, right?
Not in my assessment.
I think we needed to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to
The new recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 1:25. We will start promptly at 1:30. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
please back to the jury.
We are at recess in chambers. Thank you. Please be seated. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Martinez, you may continue.
Madam, you, as part of this investigation, you spoke to the defendant about the events involving June 4th of 2008 and her killing of Mr. Alexander, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, one of the things that she told you with regard to that was that he berated her about the camera, and that he was in the shower, and that when he came out, she got scared and she ran because he was chasing her, correct?
Yes, that he was chasing her.
The other thing that she told you was that she grabbed the gun, she knew where the gun was, and she said that she believed that the gun was, she did not believe that the gun was loaded, correct?
Correct.
And finally, we talked to her about the events involving the shooting and the fact that it involved an unloaded gun, and talked to her about the shooting, and she said she pulled the trigger, right?
Correct.
And when she pulled the trigger, she indicated to you that they were both in the closet, correct?
I believe so.
Well, would you like to listen to your statement to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay.
Chairman, can I see that transcript, please?
Yes.
Wait. I can turn it's my cell phone, it needs to be turned on.
All right, let's go ahead and play it so that you can listen.
Okay.
Refreshes your recollection.
So she doesn't think it's loaded, and but she gets the gun anyway, right? Yes. And then she decides to pull the trigger, right?
You know, I think when you're in that state,
No, I'm not asking you what you think, I'm asking you what happened, okay?
well, you're asking me to say what she thinks.
No, I'm asking you to say what she said.
She
Yes,
did.
she did.
She said that she pulled the trigger.
Okay, so she pulls the trigger, all right?
And
Where does she say Mr. Alexander is when she pulls the trigger?
that they're both in the
They're
closet.
both in the closet, all right?
According to you, when you spoke to the defendant, they were both in the closet when she pulled the trigger, correct?
Correct.
Part of that same conversation, there was a discussion involving the knife, correct?
Correct.
And the knife was used to cut the ropes after they engaged in this sexual encounter, correct?
I think before they engaged in a sexual encounter.
All right, well then let's take a look at your notes to see if this refreshes your recollection as to when the knife was used. Take a look at exhibit number 617.
Yes,
Those are your notes, correct?
correct.
And they do reference the knife, don't they?
Yes, they said.
Hold on, please don't read it if I can have it back.
Did you want me to read more than just the top paragraph?
Go ahead and read everything, and then let me know when you're done. So isn't it true that she told you that the knife was used to cut the ropes after he did oral sex on her, correct?
That he did, he used it to cut the rope and they had sex while she was tied to the bed.
And that knife was left on the nightstand, right?
I'm not sure where it was.
Let me show you your notes. Take a look at Exhibit 618, read it, and see if that refreshes your recollection where the knife was left, per her account. Isn't it true that she told you that the knife was left on the nightstand?
Yes.
Ma'am, we've been talking about a conversation that occurred, or at least we've talked in the past, about a conversation that occurred on May 26th of 2008 between the defendant and Mr. Alexander. Do you remember that conversation? I know there were many, not many, there was at least an instant messaging conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There was also a text messaging conversation involving that,
Yes.
whatever it is that they talked about, correct?
Yes.
And May 26th of 2008 is 2 days before May 28th of 2008, correct?
Correct.
And during this conversation that they had, exhibit number 450, Mr. Alexander indicates certain things about her. He indicates that you are a sociopath.
Objection as to indicates what's written.
Sustained.
It is written, you are a sociopath, correct?
Yes.
And it is also written there, you only cry for yourself.
Correct.
There's no reason to believe that he wasn't telling the truth there, is there?
Objection. Mr. Alexander's knowledge as to psychological diagnosis.
Overruled.
They're having an argument.
We understand that they're having an argument, but you've told us before is that you can go behind the words. Do you remember telling us that you could go behind the words involving the journal?
I remember you telling me I went behind the words.
Well, are you saying-
I remember, they're having an argument here, so names that are called, there's a series of names that are called. I don't know that I believe all the names that she's been called, so him calling her a sociopath is in keeping with the kind of names he calls her.
What are you saying in terms of whether or not you believe what is being written here? You're the one that indicated that when you looked at the journals, you could go behind the journals, that what's written in the journal when it was involved the defendant, and tell us what was going on behind there. Can you tell us anything about what's going on behind his words when he makes, or the statements are indicated You have never cared out me, and you have betrayed me worse than any example I could conjure up. You are sick, and you have scammed me.
I read a lot of rage behind those words.
And so he's upset at her, correct?
Correct.
And it could be that he has a good reason to be upset with her, right?
He could have a good reason, he just goes over the top,
So
Mr. Martinez.
So the answer is yes, he could have a good reason, right?
Not a good reason to say the things he says, a good reason to be angry, which is a very different thing.
You don't know what he was angry about, do you?
It doesn't matter what somebody's angry about if they're using a lot of vitriolic words to describe someone. That's a very different thing. Everybody has a right to be angry. It's what you do when you get there that makes a difference.
So what you're saying is that you really don't know why he was angry with regard to this conversation, right?
No, I don't.
And in fact, again, this conversation was 2 days before May 28th of 2008, correct?
Correct.
At the bottom, it reads, I don't want your apology. I want you to understand what I think of you. That's what it says, right?
Correct.
It also indicates that I want you to understand how evil I think you are, correct?
Yes.
And then it ends it by saying, at least that box, you are the worst thing that ever happened to me, correct?
Correct.
And that is true in this case, isn't it?
Objection, argument
Sustained.
Move to strike, please.
Granted. Jury, this is your last question.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Judge, may we approach?
Now, you told us that, at least with regard to the journals, that you can go behind the journals and tell us what is really being said when something is written down, right?
I said that unlimited excerpts that you gave me. I didn't say that about everything.
Well, this is a limited excerpt that I'm talking to you about, right here. This one on May 28th of 2008, May 26th of 2008. This very small excerpt that I'm talking to you about. You indicated, for example, in the journal entry of January 24th of 2008, where the defendant said nothing of any note happened, nothing noteworthy happened, you said, well, that's not true. And you went behind the words with regard to that, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Well, did you tell us that at that point you did believe that there had been this incident of physical abuse on January 22nd of 2008?
I did say that.
Even though it was written that that hadn't happened?
Even though it was written that that didn't happen,
Right.
yes.
You still went...
Objection is the mischaracterization. It was not written, doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Overruled.
And so, ma'am, with regard to this, you are the worst thing that ever happened to me. You're not telling me that you're going to go behind that and tell us that that means something else than what is written there, are you?
I'm looking at all three boxes, Mr.
Ma'am, I'm not asking you about the three boxes.
I'm
Now,
looking at context, Mr.
and I'm not
Mr.
asking you to look at the three
Martinez.
boxes. Can you just look?
One at a time. Mr. Martinez, finish your question. Ms. LaViolette, wait for a response.
I'm asking you to look at the one box only. You understand that?
I understand that.
And with regard to that one box, and that one box only, and with regard to the statement, you are the worst thing that ever happened to me. You're not going to tell me that you can go behind that and tell me that there's a different meaning to that phrase, are you?
Double negative.
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm going to tell you that I can't take
Object-
one box and make an assessment on it.
Objection, non-responsive.
The answer will stand.
I don't have any other questions there.
All right, redirect. You may.
Good afternoon, Ms. Violette.
Good afternoon, Ms. Wilmot.
You did say it was okay to proceed. I didn't hear. Okay.
Yes.
All right, I want to start with we're going to go back to some of the things that the prosecutor talked to you about. One of the things that he asked you about is whether or not the battered women syndrome, the fact that women can react differently than other people because they have been battered over a period of time. He was talking to you about battered women syndrome and how it's not a diagnosis in the DSM-4. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
So the implication seems to be that if it's not a diagnosis in the DSM-4, that somehow men don't beat women. Do you think that's true?
No, it's not true.
The fact that it's not, that battered women syndrome is not contained in the DSM-4, does that in any way take away from your experience and what you've seen and your education and what you've learned about battered women?
No, it does not.
And can you explain to us why it would not be contained in the DSM-4? Or the history behind it?
Initially,
Sustained.
Do you have an understanding as to whether or not battered women syndrome attempted to be in the DSM-4 at some point?
there was a time when
Do you have an understanding of that?
I have a
Something to do with
limited,
that?
I have a limited understanding of it. I have
Okay.
a limited understanding.
And in your work, do you refer to the DSM-4?
In general, I don't refer to the DSM-4 unless I'm using it for clients who need to have a description on their insurance forms. And a lot of therapists, I mean, we use it, we look at it, we reference it.
That's what I mean.
But it's basically used, also the diagnoses are used to enable people to collect on their insurance.
Okay, so you're familiar with the DSM-4 in that sense, right?
Yes.
And do you have an understanding then about battered women syndrome not being in the DSM-4?
Objection, Admonition.
Legislative.
Overruled. Can you answer yes or no?
I just know that it isn't.
Okay, all right. Then with battered women syndrome, is this something that, I guess because it's not in the DSM-4, is it something that is just made up?
No, it isn't.
Tell me
It's-
why not.
Because there's been a history at this point of looking at the conditions, much like we're looked at crimes of passion. Now, it's seen as an explanation for why somebody might behave the way that they behave, and so it's been used in court over.
Object, and if we may approach this, is there any question?
Yes, you may.
Women who have suffered from battering, from their partner abusing them, as part of battered women's syndrome, do those women act differently or behave differently than someone who has not been continually abused?
Yes,
And is that what battered women's syndrome has to do with?
it is.
And is there a time that was there a time that battered women's syndrome was not really worked with very much, not thought of?
Yes, up until actually about the mid-90s.
And have there been studies done to help understand why this happens, why there is this phenomenon of people who have been battered and abused, why they act differently than somebody who has not been battered and abused.
There's numerous studies and numerous books.
Okay, and so numerous studies and numerous books, and because there are these studies and books, is that what has added to the knowledge about battered women syndrome?
Yes, that and the voices of battered women who've been interviewed over time, over the last, I don't know, since the mid-'70s when actually people started talking about it at all.
Okay. You were talking about your continuum. Now, the continuum that you created or took part in creating, and I'm showing you exhibit number 558. At the top, it has exacerbating factors, right?
Correct.
And what does that mean?
That means factors that can make one sort of abusive kind of behavior more extreme.
Okay. And so when we talk about family of origin, what does that mean with regard to exacerbating factors?
That what you grow up in, what your family's like, is like the Columbia School of Emotions. Basically, it's where you learn about who you are. It's where you learn about how to treat other people. And that they have, those parents or those guardians or whoever raised you have an incredible impact on what you do later. And in fact, most of us who have children would be able to say that
Relevance to her specific situation.
Next question.
Judge, I would like her to finish her answer.
Question, and she can finish what she's saying.
Okay, in fact, you were saying something about their children?
that when we grow up and we have our own children, that oftentimes what happens is things that we say that we would never say or do, we do sort of by rote because we grew up with that, and it's almost an emotional reflex.
And so what happens when, is there a difference between, or a correlation, I guess, between somebody who comes from a severely abusive home versus somebody who comes from a home that has some abuse in it?
Yes.
What's the correlation? What do you see?
Well, in the research by Amy Holdsworth Monroe and Gregory Stewart, and also in the anecdotal research that we have with people who do the work, the people who come from the worst kinds of violence in their families of origin tend to be the people who have the hardest time dealing in intimate relationships and can be the most abusive. There tends to be a positive correlation. That's not always true, but it tends to be more true, particularly if the person hasn't ever gotten help or any intervention for it.
So, and I think you just touched on this, does that mean that just because a person grows up in an abusive family home that they will turn out to be a batterer themselves?
Not necessarily.
Okay. But if they grow up in an abusive family home, the more abusive it is, the more difficult it is for that person to overcome the abuse that they suffered as a child?
Correct.
You were asked questions about Miss Arias's childhood. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And questions about her father and some of the hitting that went on with her mother to Jodi, right?
Yes.
How can you draw a comparison for us as to what you know, based on what you've read from Mr. Alexander's words, about his childhood?
Objection not beyond the scope.
Overruled.
According to Mr. Alexander's book and emails from his friends Sky and Chris Hughes, Mr. Alexander came from a very abusive family that not only included extreme physical abuse, but parents who were addicted to meth, parents who were extremely neglectful to him and his siblings, parents who were violent with each other, and in fact, a mother who had, according to Mr. Alexander,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you going to, Judge, there was no hearsay. May we approach?
You may.
You may continue.
Ms. Violette, but without telling us specifically what words were spoken, did you get an impression from what Mr. Alexander said about how his mother verbally treated them?
yes,
And what was that impression?
that it was extremely verbally abusive, words strung together that you wouldn't hear on the street, and that it was particularly directed at him and his sisters.
You were asked questions about the fact that you don't have a PhD, right?
Yes, yes,
And in fact, I think the question was posed to you that you stopped your education. Do you remember that?
yes,
You actually haven't stopped your education, have you?
no.
Tell us what education you are currently, or you've been getting.
Well, as a marriage family therapist, you have to have 36 continuing education units every 2 years, and I generally get more than that, and that can be on a variety of things. And as a person who works in domestic violence with perpetrators, I have to have 16 continuing education units every year that reflect at least 8 hours on domestic violence and 8 hours on a field that connects with domestic violence. So it winds up being that they can be overlapping, so you don't have to get 16 plus 18 every year. But this year I have about 50, I think.
50, you said?
50 CEUs.
All right. That's continuing education?
Yes,
And besides that, what about you were also asked questions about whether or not you were really just a counselor, right?
yes,
Do you counsel people?
yes I do.
Are you proud to counsel people?
Yeah,
What about, but do you have a license to do what you do?
I do have a license. I have what's called a marriage family therapy license. It's also called psychotherapist. It can be different in different states. There are some states that call folks with a master's degree counselors, and they have a license. It's different in different states.
All right. What does it take to get that license?
It takes, you have to do 3,000 hours of supervised counseling. That can include your own counseling as well. When I took the test, you had to take a 4-hour oral exam, and then you had to do a 4-hour written exam, and then an oral exam that at that time included a case that they gave you that was sort of spontaneously put to you, where you had to tell them how you would handle the case, and then you had to bring your own case and describe a case you'd worked on and how you'd handled it.
All right. And does that, getting a license, is that different than being a counselor?
Yes,
And is it because you have to get this license
yes,
and all the time that you have to put into to get it?
yes,
And how long have you had this license?
since 1992.
You also were asked questions about testing, right? Psychological testing?
Correct.
And I think it's been pretty clear. Do you ever give psychological tests?
No, I don't.
Have you ever in the past?
Yes, when I was an undergraduate at the Veterans Hospital,
Okay. And so what year was that?
1968, 1969.
Okay. So is that, you don't do that anymore, right?
No, you're not allowed to do it unless you have a specialty, but because I was a student and that was part of my training, they actually trained me to give several tests and to score several tests back at that time. Once I graduated, I could no longer do it.
All right. And do you work with doctors who do give these types of tests?
I have consulted on particularly child custody evaluations where the tests are given and we read over the tests together, but I'm not an expert on testing.
All right. With regard to the testing, you had said in answer to one of the questions that the state asked you or the prosecutor asked you that psychological tests are subjective. Do you remember that?
There's a subjectivity to them, yes.
What do you mean?
Well, depending on the tests that are given, for instance, a lot of people have heard of the Rorschach ink blot test, and that's a test where you see ink blots and you kind of describe what's there, and common answers are listed and you're kind of scored according to that. So I would consider that subjective, or yeah, subjective. The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, the MMPI, is given to lots of people. If you're test smart, you know how to do it. There's a faking score on it, but a lot of people take that test and have some test wiseness and are able to do it. In addition, when you look at, for instance, in child custody evaluations, there's a caveat that says this test could be this could be the result of a normal person under stress or somebody who's really, wacky. So there are caveats with the test and caveats that basically say the testing shouldn't be done just on its own, that you want the rest of that clinical interview and corroborative data with it.
And do you remember being asked questions about your CV?
Yes.
Do you know offhand how long your CV is? How many pages?
It's over 20, but I don't know how long, and it's not completely up to date.
Okay. You were just shown one page of your CV. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And it was in conjunction with talking about whether or not you were a keynote speaker or a featured speaker.
Yes.
And that was the only thing that you were asked about with regard to your CV, right?
Correct.
And with regard to whether or not you were a keynote speaker or whether you're not a featured speaker, is one more important than the other?
Well, a keynote speaker is somebody at a conference that sort of is supposed to energize the group either in the morning. Sometimes it happens in the morning, sometimes it happens at lunch, sometimes there's one at the end of the day too, sometimes there are numerous keynote speakers, but the keynote speaker has a lot of responsibility because they have a short time to speak and they're supposed to get the group going with that keynote. So it's it's considered a coup to be a keynote speaker.
Okay, what about a featured speaker?
Featured speaker, the difference is when I'm a featured speaker, I can be speaking for 2 days, and I might be the only speaker, or I might be featured as a speaker in a conference, something like that. So it's really important. You could be the only person that's speaking, but it's different in terms of responsibility, and also as a featured speaker, you get more time. Whereas a keynote speaker, you usually get anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour.
All right. With the line of questioning with regard to the keynote speaker or a featured speaker, there's the implication that you were somehow not being truthful by listing a Snow White, a talk about, not about Snow White, but is Snow White or Battered Woman, the title of the talk, whether or not that should have been listed in the keynote versus featured speaker. Do you have any concerns that you were not honest about where that should have been noted?
No.
And that was the only thing that was talked to you about your CV?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about some of the questions you had with regard to how you assess domestic violence relationships, okay?
Okay.
There was a lot of questions about that. Let's talk about patterns.
All right.
And what patterns mean to you in your assessment of relationships.
Well, when you're dealing with domestic violence, you're not dealing with isolated acts. You're dealing with acts that occur over time. They can increase in frequency and intensity. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes there's sort of a leveling off and people just use about the same level. But the general pattern is that over time they increase in intensity and frequency. And that what you want to look at is the mood that's created in that relationship. That, for instance, if you were depressed, and even if you were depressed for a week, and somebody said to you, how did you feel during that period of time? You might say, depressed, even though you had a good day, or you had a good period of time. So the idea is that over time in domestic violence, it creates a mood in this relationship. And the mood tends to have apprehension in it. It tends to have a certain amount of oppression. And so people are greatly affected in this kind of situation. And it doesn't have to be physical. It can be verbal, emotional, kinds of things that happen. But what we usually think of in regard to domestic violence is physical abuse. But I talk to so many people who are psychologically abused and talk about that as being one of the worst things that can happen to them. Talk about the control, the way they feel controlled, and talk about the way that's minimized next to physical abuse, because most of media portrayals are about severe physical abuse and don't take as much of a look at psychological and verbal abuse.
Much of the questions that you were asked by the prosecutor wanted you to look at just one statement or one specific act. Is that useful to you, to just look at one statement and then make an assessment based off of one thing, one statement or one act?
I can't do that because any of us could have a bad day. Any of us could have a time where we said something that wasn't very kind to somebody we loved. You really have to look at more of a bigger picture where that goes.
All right. You were asked questions about the women that Mr. Alexander was communicating with being vulnerable. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So talking about patterns, did you see a pattern with regard to this?
Yes, I did.
What kind of pattern is it?
That in general, these women were either married, so they would be considered in some way cheating.
Based on the content of the instant messages that you read?
Right.
Or text messages?
They were much younger than Mr. Alexander. They were single parents. They were Mormon women who certainly wouldn't want to be seen as less than chaste or admirable. And in addition to that, they were women who could be pushed on and go along with it. Because the women that were pushed on, there were women who were pushed on and didn't go along with it. So they were women who were vulnerable enough to go on once they were pushed into sexual conversation, who were women that were able to be pushed in that direction.
Because of whatever type of vulnerability they had?
Yes.
What about patterns of jealousy? You were asked questions with regard to patterns of jealousy versus you were trying to talk about feelings of jealousy or feeling jealous.
Yes.
Is there a difference between a pattern of jealousy and feeling jealous?
Yes.
What are the differences?
Feeling jealous is common. Most human beings have felt jealous sometime in their lives. Acting and having a pattern of jealousy, as I use it in domestic violence, is when that jealousy is used to control the person in your life, the other person in your life, so that you may be jealous and you might give somebody the silent treatment. And what they know is when they come home from visiting their friends and you don't talk to them, that there's something that they have to pay a price for that jealousy. Or they may be direct about it. They may tell you they don't want you spending time with somebody. One of the men in my group used to interrogate his girlfriend, and he didn't like it. He didn't like that he was doing that. And he worked hard to change that. And that's what I see. It's jealousy that really gets in the way of your relationship with your partner or people that are potential partners.
Okay, so is there a difference between patterns of jealousy and the behavior that is following this pattern versus people just acting normally? Like let's talk about teenagers, or when Miss Arias was a teenager and she was dating on and off with Bobby Juarez.
Okay?
Do you remember being asked questions about Bobby Juarez?
Yes.
And when you were asked those questions, I believe some of the talk had to do with the fact that their relationship went back and forth. They broke up, they got back together, and etc. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The prosecutor asked you questions about the fact that Miss Arias called him after they broke up and then they got back together. Do you see any type of behavior like that's to call that an act of jealousy?
No, I call it an act of having a hard time breaking up, and I see that all the time just in regular relationships. I mean, people oftentimes have a hard time breaking up when they don't want to do it, and they reach out, and people do that all the time. They reach out to try to make contact because they're not ready to end the relationship. But once they know it means business, you see that behavior, the backing off of that behavior. That it doesn't increase, it doesn't keep going on, it diminishes over time.
Okay. And what about the fact that she was a teenager at the time? Does that make any difference to you?
It makes a difference to me because I was a teenager, and I think most of us know. Most teenagers have not had the life experience to know how to handle breakups. And so they don't handle them really well. And we tend to be a lot more immature when we're teenagers. So the way we behave around breakups, the way we behave around relationships is different.
Remember being asked questions about Matt McCartney and when they broke up?
Yes.
The fact that Jodi spoke to the woman that Mr. McCartney was cheating with, Bianca, right?
Yes.
The fact that she spoke to her, does that cause you any alarms for jealousy coming from Miss Arias?
No, in fact, I think it's almost, it's more mature than a lot of teenagers or young people who would not be direct, who would not go and talk to a person, who would be angry, who would, write notes, who would do a lot of things, but certainly not go up and talk to the person and find out about what was going on, and then back off. I didn't read about any other or continued contact or any harassment of Bianca.
And you know what you know about this situation from what Miss Arias told you as well as what Mr. McCartney said in his interviews, is that right?
Correct.
A common theme did you hear a common theme about Miss Arias crying when she's upset?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Her previous boyfriends, and I believe there were interviews about her as a child, and I'm not remembering exactly, but her previous boyfriend said that she was a crier, that she cried. Even Mr. Alexander said she would just cry a lot. So she was a crier when she got upset.
Does crying when you're upset, does that have anything to do, does that show any type of negative pattern of jealousy?
I hope not.
Okay. Is there anything with regard to what the prosecutor talked to you about, picking something from when she was a teenager with Mr. Juarez to picking a time when she spoke to Bianca? And then I don't think you discussed anything with Mr. Brewer Anything about those 2 times in her life that, for you, creates a pattern of jealousy?
No.
And is that because you're just biased and you will say whatever on behalf of Miss Arias?
I don't say whatever on behalf of anybody. I turn down cases, and I've turned down numerous cases during the last 3 months. This is not the way I earn my living. I'm a therapist and a trainer, and I don't take cases that I don't feel have merit.
I want to talk to you about stalking, okay?
All right?
Give me just one second. You were asked a lot about stalking, right?
Yes.
Specifically right now, I want to talk about what it is. Can you explain what stalking is? Not as we use it in a common sense, but in a clinical sense. What does stalking mean?
Stalking is a pattern of behavior that causes fear in someone else, that it can be a short pattern, but that it causes not only fear, but a reasonable person would see this as problematic. And you read about stalking, and stalking, once again, is not my expertise, but I've worked with people who've been stalked. And there are many ways to stalk people. You can use GPS, you can use computers, you can use following people, you can use a term called gaslighting in their homes, where even moving things around. I've seen people who move things in someone's home and leave their home. So there are many ways somebody can stalk. They can, as in one case that I worked on, put a fake bomb. That was not a real bomb, it was a fake bomb in front of his girlfriend's house. But I think what's different and what's important about stalking is that stalking frightens people. And that people who are stalked, that I know who have been stalked, have gone to the police, have tried to get protective orders. Some people have moved their homes. There's a lot of usually active behavior, but not a behavior to connect with their stalker.
You were asked questions about instant messages between Mr. Alexander and Reagan Housley. You remember that?
Yes.
And I think we heard today several times about Mr. Alexander claiming he was afraid.
Yes.
During that same conversation that he's having with Ms. Housley about claiming to be afraid, is he also joking with her?
Just like a foundation. The words were extremely afraid.
Right.
Is he also joking with her?
Yes, he's joking with her also.
And do you know that based on the words that are contained in the instant message?
Yes.
And some of the characters that people write to say that they're joking. Do you know that based on some of the characters that are written in here?
Yes.
And this is all part of the same conversation he's supposedly talking about being extremely afraid.
Yes.
And during the time that he's having this conversation with Miss Housley about being afraid of being stalked, did you look at other instant messages that were going on that same day?
He had,
Just like a foundation indicated she didn't know the date.
She did.
Overruled, you may answer yes or no.
yes.
All right, and you know that the date that the instant message between Mr. Alexander and Miss Housley is May 19th. Does that sound right?
Correct.
On May 19th, after he's complaining about being stalked by Miss Arias, isn't he also instant messaging with Miss Arias that same day?
Yes, he is.
And isn't he instant messaging with Miss Arias several times that day?
I don't remember how many times. I'd have to be refreshed.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 619. You can see that there's tabs on here. Are these instant messages from between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias?
Yes,
And do you see at the top May 19th?
yes,
And do you see that there are several, although they all occur on May 19th, do you see that there are different times from different starting times of these instant messages between the two?
yes,
And so in other words, are they having conversations with each other on the same day that he's complaining she's stalking him?
yes,
Is that behavior of somebody who is extremely afraid, does it support that verbiage at all?
it doesn't seem to support that verbiage at all.
What about on this very same day, is he also having instant message conversations with another woman?
A woman by the name of Nicole, I believe.
Yes. And so on May 19th, he's talking, as far as the evidence, the written evidence that you have in front of you, is he talking with 3 different women?
Yes,
You were asked questions about this supposed stalking behavior, and we know that this instant message, when he complains about it, is May 19th of 2008. And you were asked questions about some of that behavior going for starting months before, right?
yes,
So let's take a look at some of the months before, okay, to see if Mr. Alexander's behavior in any way supports the verbiage, okay?
all right,
So we talked about, I think you mentioned on January 1st of 2008. Does Mr. Alexander send Miss Arias a text message?
yes,
And does he tell her that he loves her?
yes,
And then when he tells her that he loves her, does he, Mr. Alexander is making the initial contact, isn't that right?
correct,
And then Miss Arias responds to him
yes,
in a nice manner, doesn't she?
she loves him too.
Is that in any way behavior that supports being afraid of her?
Not that I can figure out.
Are you also aware of the fact that he took her to have a soup pie on a trip with him in September of 2007? Do you remember that?
Yes,
And did they take another trip together in November of 2007 to New Mexico?
yes, they did.
Is that behavior suggestive that Mr. Alexander is somehow afraid of her?
No, that does not suggest he is afraid of her.
Throughout the written items that you have with regard to text messages and instant messages, and let's for a second, we'll just forget about the journals that you have from Miss Arias, okay?
All right,
Just these conversations that you have between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias. Is there a constant line of communication between them that you know of from the time the text messages start, from the time that you have evidence of the text messages, from December of 2007 up till June 2008? Is there a constant line of communication between the two?
yes, there is.
And is that consistent with what Miss Arias told you?
It's consistent with what she told me.
The fact that we know that just 9 days prior to May 19th, so on May 10th, 2008, did you listen to a sex tape or phone sex tape that that was recorded on May 10th of 2008.
Yes, I did.
And that tape is between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias, right?
Correct.
In fact, you were asked questions about how sometimes the spoken word can sometimes be better than just a written word, right?
Yes.
Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Well, in this sense, the spoken word, even though it's only one item of spoken words, you can listen to Mr. Alexander's voice, right?
Yes, I can.
And during this sex tape that he makes with her 9 days prior to claiming he's afraid of her, does he sound afraid at all?
Objection. Characterization, this sex tape he makes with her.
Approach, please.
Violette, did you listen to a conversation that occurred on May 10th, 2008 between Mr. Alexander and Miss Violette? The conversation having to do with sex.
Yes.
Okay. And when you listened to that conversation, were you able to hear Mr. Alexander's words and the things that he said?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to hear his tone of voice?
Yes.
And were you certainly able to hear the content of what he was talking about?
Yes.
And in any of this tape that you listened to, does he ever sound like he's afraid?
No.
Does he ever say anything to Jodi on the tape like, I don't want you to be near me?
No.
Does he ever say anything to her about stay away from me?
No.
Does he ever say to her, you're stalking me, get out of my life?
No.
In fact, do they have a conversation about the fact that she's going to Utah?
Yes.
And do you remember that during the time that they have that they're talking about her going to Utah, that Mr. Alexander immediately said, well, what are you going to go up there for?
Yes, he did.
And specifically, Miss Arias, did she ever tell him about Ryan Burns on this particular tape?
No.
Did she talk about just going to see friends?
Yes.
Because that's not taunting him, right? She's not telling him anything about potential other men in her life, right?
Not in this tape. No.
Do you remember reviewing text messages between Miss Arias and Mr. Alexander that at one point during these text messages, Mr. Alexander is telling her, come on in, let yourself in.
Yes.
And that it's obvious from those messages that he's inviting her to just come in to his house?
Yes, and have some guac.
Guacamole?
Uh-huh.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Is that behavior typical of somebody who is afraid of being stalked by that person?
No.
Do you remember reviewing text messages prior to May 19th that Mr. Alexander sent specifically to Miss Arias that she was the prettiest girl he knew?
Yes.
And that he talked about how much he thought of her, not just her looks on the outside, but her looks on the inside, or what she was like on the inside as well.
Yes, he was comparing her to other women in the club that he was at.
And was it a very flattering email?
Yes, it was.
Was it sexual at all?
No, it wasn't.
So was it just a flattering email just on her personality itself?
Yes.
Is that something typical that someone who's afraid of her would have done?
No.
What about when Miss Arias comes to his house at his beckoning on June 4th
Yes.
and they fall asleep together? Do you remember that?
Yes.
That information? They fall asleep together and then wake up and he takes pictures of her, right?
Correct.
The fact that he would fall asleep and allow someone who he's supposedly afraid of sleep next to him. Is that typical behavior of somebody who's afraid of that person sleeping next to them?
No.
Would,
Well,
yes?
if you're talking specifically about Mr. Alexander's fear, because when you're talking about Miss Arias, she's also sleeping next to him. And what I would say about that is that, for the most part, people who are abused aren't afraid all the time. They tend to get scared when they see an indication that the other person is getting upset, either by tone of voice, by how they look, by their behavior, but they're not always afraid. So I wanted to clarify that.
Sure. And does this go to some of what you were asked on cross about the difference between stalking behavior versus somebody who's in a domestic violence relationship?
Yes.
The difference between judging the two of those?
Yes,
Okay.
and if they're stalking in a domestic violence relationship, there's a lot of fear in that situation too. And oftentimes the stalking in a domestic violence relationship happens after the relationship ends, and the person is more frightened and will go after the person.
Okay. You were asked questions about their relationship, Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias, their relationship ending in June of 2007. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And the characterization that their relationship was over as of June 2007. Do you remember that?
yes,
Mischaracterizes her answer as June or July of 2007.
Sustained.
Did they break up June 29th of 2007?
Objection, meeting.
yes,
Okay. So the end of their relationship being June of 2007, right?
correct.
After they broke up, the next day, was there contact between the two?
I do not recall.
Okay. Within a week of that time, do you know if there was contact?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And was there continuing contact after that?
Yes, there was.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 2:45. We will start promptly at that time, 2:45. Remember the admonition, you are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
We're in recess. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You may continue with redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were talking about stalking, Ms. Violette.
Yes,
All right. And were you asked questions about stalking behavior on behalf of Miss Arias, alleged behavior on behalf of Miss Arias?
yes,
So let's talk about some of those things, too. You were specifically asked about that there's this breakup at the end of June, and then she moves to Mesa. She was in California at the time, and then she moves to Mesa after that, right?
yes,
And whether or not you considered that any type of stalking behavior, right?
yes,
When she moved, from the time of the breakup to the time she moved, and then after that, was there continued contact between the both of them?
yes, there was.
And it wasn't just one-sided contact, was it?
No, both people were contacting each other.
And once she moved there, moved to Mesa, Mr. Alexander continued to contact her, right?
Yes, he did.
Judge, may I approach? I'm showing you Exhibit 395 and 395.001. They're almost the same. One has a date on it. Do you see those?
Yes, yes.
I'll take the one with the date on the back. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to take the other one. All right, and from your understanding, is this an email from Mr. Alexander to Miss Arias?
Yes,
And the email, there's a picture, and this is Exhibit 395.001 in evidence. There's a picture of a maid, right, in a sexy maid outfit.
correct.
And based on the timing of this email, do we know that it was sent from Mr. Alexander on August 2nd, 2007?
Yes,
And so he sent her an email with a picture of a maid outfit, right,
yes,
just shortly after she moved.
correct.
And is it your understanding that Miss Arias would clean Mr. Alexander's home?
Yes,
And when she did he want her to wear a maid outfit like this? Is that the idea?
it's indicated.
Okay. And this is something that he requested of her shortly after she moved to Mesa.
Yes,
Does that indicate any fear on his behalf at all of her?
no, not that I can see.
Overruled.
Not that I can see.
Generally speaking, would you expect somebody who is someone who's afraid of a stalker to allow them come over to their house and clean it?
No, you would not expect that to happen.
Would you expect them to allow them to come to their house when you're not home to not only to clean it and be there while you're not there?
No, you would not expect that.
And so she moves to Mesa, and then there were some, the contact between the two parties continued from August on, right?
Correct.
And in fact, in September, the next month, did he take her on a trip to Havasupai?
Yes, he did.
And on that particular trip, were they together with Mr. Freeman and Ms. Freeman?
Yes, they were.
When they took a trip to New Mexico the next month, were they alone?
They were alone the next month.
Is that typical of somebody to take vacations with their stalker?
No, you don't see people taking vacations with their stalker.
Or I guess a stalker, or just somebody who they're afraid of, like that?
No, you try to get away from your stalker.
And do you see any evidence of that in the context of their relationship?
No, I don't.
There was some conversation about, or questions about, when Miss Arias came to Mr. Alexander's house and saw that he was with another woman in August of 2007, right?
Yes, there was.
And I think the implication was that that's some type of stalking behavior, right?
Correct.
However, you were asked the question that the fact that she came over and saw him with another woman, is this an indication that their relationship is over because isn't this an indication that the relationship is over because he's with another woman? Do you remember that question?
Yes,
But if we were to consider the fact that Mr. Alexander's with another woman to be an indication that a relationship is over, then wouldn't we have to consider that Miss Andrews' relationship was over as well?
yes,
Because wasn't he also in August of 2007 in a relationship with Miss Andrews?
yes,
And was he in a relationship with Miss Andrews at the same time that he's still in a relationship with Jodi?
yes, he was.
And I guess then still at the same time that he's caught on the couch making out with some unknown woman.
Correct.
So would that be an unfair characterization to say that because he's caught making out with another woman, that Jodi is supposed to understand that their relationship is over, given on his past behavior?
Objection, relevance, foundation, unfair.
Sustained.
To your knowledge, did Miss Arias catch him cheating when they were officially dating?
Yes, she did.
And is that something that throughout their relationship did you see a pattern of?
Yes.
What was the pattern that you saw?
The pattern was in general through written information between women, but there were a couple of women at least that he had face-to-face contact with, as of evidenced in their instant messages or their G chats. I don't know what those things are, but
Okay.
they were in the written materials.
And he's having these conversations with these women?
He's had sexual conversations, flirtatious conversations, and at least with three of them has had face-to-face time with them.
And during these conversations, part of the time during these conversations, is he also still dating Miss Andrews?
Yes,
And after Miss Andrews, was he pursuing a woman named Mimi Hall?
yes, he was.
And while he's pursuing Mimi Hall, is he also having these sexual conversations with these other women?
Yes, he is.
And besides having these sexual conversations with these other women, is he also having a relationship with Jodi?
Yes, he is.
On May 2nd, so now this is 17 days prior to him complaining that he's supposedly afraid of Jodi, and this is exhibit number 392. You see from Travis Alexander at the top?
Yes,
And you see that he sends a text message, send me some of the pictures I want to see of you right now.
yes.
Is that something that somebody would ask for pictures from somebody they were afraid of?
Well, if you're talking about in a stalking range, I would say no.
Okay. And are you aware of throughout the relationship between Miss Arias and Mr. Alexander, did Mr. Alexander ask Miss Arias for, I don't know if you want to say naughty or nude photos, did he ask for those types of photos from her more than once?
Yes,
And so 17 days before he complains about being afraid of her, he's asking for that as well.
Objection. Foundation, the modifier, please. Extremely afraid.
Judge, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, were any of you in the jury able to hear the bench conference we were just having? Did any of you hear anything that was said? All right, I see no hands. You may proceed.
I want to talk to you about questions with regard to the text messages from April 7th, 2008. Do you remember being asked questions about that?
Yes.
All right, you were asked questions about this particular text message, and this is when we're talking on April 7th, 2008. It begins, this is exhibit number 444. It begins with Mr. Alexander asking Miss Arias, where are you? Do you see that? She was asked about April 7th text message.
Approach, please.
You may continue.
Okay, so April 7th, 2008. All right, so we're talking about the text message, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you remember being asked questions about this long tirade on the second part of this text message, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you were asked questions about the importance of whether it's Michelle or Maria. Do you remember that? Or Marie, right?
Correct.
Can you tell us what importance this text message has for you? And if you need to review the text message up by yourself, I can bring it to you. Just let me know.
That would be good if I could look at it.
Okay.
All right,
Okay?
okay.
Can you tell us why this text message was relevant to your consideration with regard to their relationship?
Yes, do you want it back?
You can keep it, well, yeah, I'll take it back. Thanks. Okay, so can you tell us why this is relevant to your consideration?
For several reasons. One reason is that there was, at the time that they were talking about this story, which was about Maria or Michelle, that he was furious, he was angry, he was over the top with his anger, but he was angry about something that was actually happening. He was confronting or yelling at Jodi for giving him a BS story when in fact the story was true. At that time he was having a relationship with Lisa Andrews, and so it wasn't a BS story. It was a story that was true, and he got very angry and sort of went over the top. In addition to that, he threatens her. He tells her that he's going to tell people about her craziness and all that sort of thing.
You talked a little bit about that this morning. The prosecutor was asking you questions about he was saying stalking, and I think your answer was that seems more like blackmailing behavior.
Yes,
Do you remember that?
yes,
And blackmailing behavior when somebody threatens to send nasty, untrue information about another person out to the public?
yes,
And is that something then, are you seeing that type of behavior here? When he threatens to tell all her close friends and her family about crazy things she's done.
yes,
And then the threats, and does he go on then with the threats at the very end about after tomorrow it's going to get bad for you? Do you see that at the last?
yes, yes, and that feel the wrath.
All right. And is that something, why is that important to you?
Well, it doesn't just happen this time. There's more of a pattern of him throwing out, and they're not specific threats like I'm going to do this to you, I'm going to do that to you. They're more general threats like feel the wrath or my worst is worse, that kind of thing.
Okay.
And he does that in more than one situation. He repeats that.
And so is it not just this one particular conversation that you're relying upon in formulating your assessment that this was a domestically violent relationship?
No, it was based on lots of information.
Okay. And you can see that in this text message that we see the prosecutor talk to you about how he's blaming her for lying, right?
Yes,
And when in fact, this whole conversation is about the fact that he was cheating on Lisa Andrews, right?
correct.
But that was true, wasn't it?
It was true.
And so we see him lying, blaming Jodi for lying, but in fact, wasn't it Mr. Alexander who was lying about his own relationship?
Yes, he was.
And in fact, when he's blaming Jodi for lying, he's blaming her for lying about something that was actually true.
Yes, he is.
Okay. You were asked questions about another text message on May 10th of 2008. It's going to take me a second to get that. We'll have to do without it for right now. Let's still talk about May 10th of 2008, okay?
Okay?
And you remember the prosecutor asking you questions about that?
Yes?
And this is the text message where Miss Arias mistakenly sends a text to Mr. Alexander, but it was meant for someone else. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And then the result from that, it goes into, Mr. Alexander goes into a long tirade of why he's upset with her for doing such a thing. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at the text messages from January 4th. Here's May 10th. This is Exhibit 448. Okay, so we're talking about the first text message that starts with, that is mistakenly sent to Mr. Alexander, right?
Correct.
And there were some questions about that, about the fact that by the end of this tirade, Miss Arias sends Mr. Alexander the text message again, the first part, and then finishing up what the text message would have been if she sent him the whole one. Do you know what I mean?
Kind of.
Okay. Well, in other words, the message that was sent to Mr. Alexander by mistake, it was broken up into two parts. Do you remember that?
Right.
Okay. And the first part got sent to Mr. Alexander, but the second part was deleted before it was sent to Mr. Alexander.
Correct.
Okay. And the entire text message conversation, this tirade, is about Mr. Alexander sending or ordering Miss Arias to send him what that second part of the text message was.
Correct.
Okay. So at the end of this conversation, does she do that?
Yes.
And she sends it to him, and it really is of inconsequence, right? That unfortunately, he happens to be an ex-boyfriend.
Yes.
And this is something that Mr. Alexander wanted her to send to him to check to see what this text message was about, right?
Correct.
Is that any type of jealous behavior?
Well, on the part of Mr. Alexander, I would say, if he needs to have information about who she's seeing as a single woman, and they're talking about, at this point, pulling apart from each other, then him wanting to track down what she writes, because this is not the only time he does it.
Not the only time he does what?
It's not the only time he gets upset about the boyfriend. It's not the only time that he's told he's jealous. He's told he's jealous by the Hughes, that they laugh at that part where he says he's not. He's demonstrated jealous behavior with a man by the name of Abe. He's upset that she's seeing somebody. So, yeah, there seems to be a pattern in regard to Miss Arias that there's jealousy.
From Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
And when you say that you see this pattern, are you relying on just this one text message conversation?
No, not at all.
And all the things that you just talked to me about?
Yes.
And some of this, the fact that Miss Arias felt compelled somehow to actually send him the second part of the text message, does that speak to the type of position she was in at this point in their relationship?
Well, she's still connected enough that she wants to please him. She wants to comply with what he wants, and so she does.
Okay. And throughout this text message conversation, is Miss Arias apologizing?
Yes, she is.
So what about this text message conversation then is important to you with regard to your assessment? Taken in context, obviously, with everything else that you've seen.
Well, taken in context, what you see is someone, and I'm speaking about Mr. Alexander here, who gets upset because she's dating someone else, who demands to see a text that she inadvertently sent in part to him and wants to see the rest of it, that he gets very angry, and when he gets very angry, he goes over the top, that she has a pattern of apologizing to him, and that eventually, throughout these text messages over time, there seems to be this cycle where they have this incident, they have an argument, Miss Arias apologizes, Mr. Alexander then apologizes, and they make up.
So you talked a little bit about the fact that he gets angry, and there were some questions this morning about anger. And you had talked about that people have a right to be angry, right?
Yes,
Is it important to you how people handle their anger?
yes it is.
And when somebody goes into a long tirade, what does that mean for you with regard to their anger?
Well, first of all, that they have a way of keeping that anger going. So they have a way of somehow pulling in whatever that is that makes them feel righteous to keep going with their anger. And secondly, it's the nature of things that are said during the tirades, the name calling and the put downs, calling someone a sociopath and a liar and a lot of other words that make a difference. Most people that I work with, they explode. They might do something, but they pull back, and they don't keep this anger going. When somebody is able to keep it going and just verbalize it and keep going, it's a rage. It's not just anger. It tends to be rage,
Okay.
which is scarier to me than anger,
Rage is scary. Why is that?
because it's bigger than anger. It feels more out of control for most people. Rage feels like a more out of control emotion. Anger seems, and people are intimidated by anger. I mean, people are intimidated by anger in the workplace. They're intimidated by anger, oftentimes even in their relationships if they don't understand where it's coming from. But when someone has a pattern of being angry and continuing to be angry, it can be very intimidating to the person on the other side of it.
Okay. And you were asked questions, do you remember, about whether or not it would be possible if she sent this text to him on purpose to somehow incite him. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm showing you Exhibit 440. And I want, if you can review. These messages.
The first
four.
First one. All right.
Okay. And these messages are from January 4th, 2008, right?
Yes.
And it's just a couple of messages. Based on your review of these messages, is it evident that Mr. Alexander sent Miss Arias a text that was meant for someone else? If you're looking at the second box and the third.
Yes.
And does he refer to sending a text message meant for someone else, does he refer to it as I pulled a Jodi?
Yes, he does.
With a smiley face.
Right.
And then she responds laughing, right? Basically laughing in text message language.
Yes, she does.
So is this based on your review of these messages, is it something that seemed to happen before, between the two of them, where they accidentally send a text message meant for someone else to each other?
Well, at least on these two occasions.
Okay. And in this particular occasion, nobody was upset about it, right?
Nobody was.
And in this instance, with regard to the May 10th exhibit or text message, with the implication or the idea that she would purposely try to somehow incite Mr. Alexander so that she could face his wrath and have him say things to her about, why don't you have him come and fuck you in the woods? Is that something that you see in her behavior anywhere prior to May 10th where she would be insightful like that, wanting to endure his wrath?
I haven't seen that in anything I've read, any of the interviews, any of her journals. No, I have not seen that.
And throughout this text message, she's apologizing, isn't she? Do you see where she's saying that?
I'm trying to read it.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
Here, and I'll switch it too. Where she's talking to him about, let's just adopt a don't ask, don't tell policy, right?
Right.
And do you see where she's in any way trying to ramp up this argument?
No, I see that she's trying to avoid an argument by neither one of them talking about their private lives, that she doesn't, she doesn't want that, and she doesn't think he wants it either, and so she's asking for this don't ask, don't tell policy to keep from having this escalation.
So with information in here about the fact, and do you see a pattern of her doing that in other ranting text messages from Mr. Alexander, a pattern of her trying to de-escalate, a pattern of her trying to apologize, things like that?
Yes, I see that repeatedly.
Okay. So given that information, does it in any way seem that she would purposely send him an email to incite him?
No.
I'm sorry, send him a text message to incite him.
No, and frankly, even if someone did that, the response...
And if someone did that, what?
Even if someone was doing that, the reaction to it...
Overruled.
Even if someone was doing that, even if people were doing, pushing each other's buttons, the reaction to pushing each other's buttons is what I look at, because most of us are the experts on pushing buttons with someone that we care about.
All right. Do you remember being asked questions about self-esteem?
Yes.
And the fact that Jodi received information that she had a high IQ?
Yes.
The fact that somebody has a high IQ or talks about having a high IQ, does that relate to them being having high self-esteem?
No.
And in speaking with the 44 hours that you spent talking with Miss Arias, did you get the sense that this high IQ somehow made her feel better about herself and gave her high self-esteem?
No, I did not get the impression at all that Miss Arias felt good about herself or proud of herself. No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you remember being asked questions about some of the different journal entries?
Yes.
And you were talked to about the question about the journal entry from September 13th, 2007, which is when they go to have a supai.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked questions about if all the details of her day were included in this journal entry. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And the implication being that somehow this journal entry would be incomplete then because she didn't write all her details down, right?
Correct.
Have you ever seen a journal where someone details like every single detail, whether they went to the bathroom once or twice?
No, I haven't.
Would you expect to see that in someone's journals?
No.
Does it mean for you that it's then incomplete because she doesn't include all the details?
No, it doesn't mean it's incomplete.
And in fact, in talking with her, you talked about the law of attraction with the prosecutor, right?
Yes,
And that was some of the reason why, and you kept saying in part
right.
of why she might not include all the details with regard to fights with Mr. Alexander or when he assaulted her, right?
Correct.
You kept saying in part that it was in part the law of attraction. Is there another reason why she would not include all the details about Mr. Alexander, negative, bad things about him?
For one thing, she promised him she wouldn't. And so she seemed to say less on the negative end. And the other thing is, you know, depending on who's writing on a journal, they choose to remember what they remember. And so people write in their journals. It's a private place to write. They write in their journals about what they want to remember and what they want to write. So I don't know, you know, people write a variety of things in journals. There's no kind of formula for how to write in a journal.
And if somebody was actually trying to write something down because they were making it up, and let's say, for example, that somebody wants to make up that their boyfriend is hitting them, wouldn't they then want to write it in their journal to show proof that it happened? Wouldn't that be helpful to them?
Objection, lack of foundation.
Approach. May continue.
All right. So there were when you were being asked questions about the journal entries and calling them incomplete because they didn't have every detail of the day, right?
Yes,
And that was the prosecutor calling them incomplete, right?
correct.
If Miss Arias was trying to make it up, if she was making up the fact that Mr. Alexander broke her finger, or if she was making up the fact that he backhanded her across the face, or if she was making up the fact that he kicked her or choked her, wouldn't it be helpful for her to actually write those things down so that she can try and prove it later on if she was making it up? Wouldn't that have been beneficial?
It might have been beneficial well, it would have been beneficial to have evidence. It's beneficial to have evidence, and most people don't.
And when you
have
talk
it.
about most people, are you talking about situations of battered women?
Yes,
With battered women, why isn't there evidence? A lot of times.
because they don't report, they don't want friends and family to know what's going on. Even if they have supportive friends and family, Their supportive friends and family may want them to do something they're not ready to do. They may want them to leave or make a police report. I hear that a lot. Well, you should call the police or you should leave, and people aren't ready to leave. And if they make a police report, they're thrown into a system that can make them feel very powerless. I'm not sure how it works out here, but if you have children and the police are called, the Department of Children and Family Services comes out. People are afraid that they will lose their children. People are afraid that they will have enormous fines to pay. People are afraid they'll ruin their partner's career, or that something they say will become public. There are just so many reasons that people don't report, that it's actually less common for people to report than for them to report. And oftentimes when a report is made, it's maybe because a neighbor heard something and made a call, and the police come out on that call.
Does that cause problems for battered women in general then, that there is this commonality with battered women of lack of reporting?
Yes, it's one of the toughest things with domestic violence cases is that pulling together evidence that there's domestic violence, you have to oftentimes look at the person's word, but that's not enough evidence. The person's word in and of itself isn't enough evidence. You have to have...
Can I ask you something with that? When you
Sure.
say the person's word, are you talking about like if a woman were to call the police and say something happened to her?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Or, if a person was to go to court and say that something happened, you need some evidence that supports what you say. You can't just have, our court system is based on that. You have to have some evidence that things happen. So you have to look at what corroborates the truth of what somebody says. So if somebody talks about being physically abused and you have history and you have documentation of a lot of verbal abuse, you have more reason to believe that that's happening.
And do you have that here? Do you have history and documentation of verbal abuse here?
Yes, I do.
And so does that give you a better reason to believe that there was physical violence as well?
Yes.
And did you also see Miss Arias' broken finger?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell that it was not healed in a straight way?
Objection, circulation, Foundation Rule 703.
Approach, please.
Miss Violette, at some point in time, did you notice Jodi's hand, that it had a finger that will not straighten?
Yes, I did.
Objection, lack of speculation. Which hand?
Sustained.
Is there left hand?
Judge, leading question. Gave her the answer.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
Which hand?
I'll let you know when you're about to ask the next question.
Overruled.
Which hand, do you remember which hand it is that you noticed this bent finger on?
I think it was her left hand, but I'm not sure. I just remember it was this finger, the fourth finger.
Her ring
and it was
finger?
bent, yeah.
Okay. And you remember that it was bent?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
I'm just repeating what she said.
Overruled.
Do you remember that it was bent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right, with regard to the journal entry from September 13th, 2007, when they go to Havasupai, you were given hypotheticals. Do you remember that?
Yes.
About how the fight supposedly started?
Yes.
And assume then, for this hypothetical, that Mr. Freeman came in and testified that Miss Arias, that he unloaded her backpack a little bit to lighten the load, okay?
All right,
Because they're all getting ready to go hike,
all right,
all right? And when Miss Arias saw that her backpack had the stuff taken out of it, that she got upset in general.
all right,
And then assume that he testified that she wasn't upset with anyone in particular, just upset that things were taken out. Okay?
all right,
And in response to her being upset in general, not at anybody specifically, that Mr. Freeman testified that Mr. Alexander made a harsh and sarcastic comment. Okay?
all right,
And after that, they went upstairs, or I'm sorry, Miss Arias goes upstairs, and then Mr. Freeman testifies that Mr. Alexander went after her, and they were talking for about 20 minutes, and he can hear Mr. Alexander's loud voice yelling, okay?
Objection, mischaracterized testimony of yelling.
Approach.
All right, so you've assumed all those things, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it important to you that, or does it mean anything to you that Mr. Alexander reacts in a way to Jodi being upset in general, not at anyone specifically? Is it important to you that he reacts with a harsh and sarcastic comment directed right at Miss Arias?
Well, not if it stands on its own.
Okay.
Because people can do that. Any
Right.
human being can get angry and make a harsh and sarcastic remark. So that standing on its own had no relevance to me.
Okay.
The fact that there was a pattern of harsh and sarcastic remarks and worse, that made a difference to me.
So is this a point then that you would consider in looking at the overall pattern of him making harsh and critical comments to Miss Arias?
It's one of the things I would consider.
All right. What about the fact that Miss Arias goes upstairs by herself and then Mr. Alexander follows her and continues to have an argument with her, yelling at her?
Objection, mischaracterizes the evidence.
Jury is directed to recall the testimony previously provided during the trial. You may continue.
Thank you. The fact that Miss Arias goes up by herself and that Mr. Alexander seems to follow her and continue with an argument. Taken alone, I'm guessing you're going to say that doesn't mean necessarily anything. If we look at this in a greater pattern, does it mean something to you?
It means something because it's the continuation, his apparent inability to stop, his apparent inability to stop it when he gets really angry, that he just keeps going with it. And if he happens to be in the same room, that he might follow. We call it playing chase.
You call it, I'm sorry, what?
playing chase when one person doesn't allow the other person to get away and have some time on their own. And that's not something that lots of people don't do. I mean, that's not an uncommon behavior. You just have to look at the entire context.
Okay. All right. And so looking at this in the entire context, this is September of 2007, and then would you consider these actions in conjunction with all the other actions you see up until June of 2008?
Yes.
You were asked questions about journal entries in general. I think specifically the August 26, 2007 journal entry, where it doesn't mention necessarily negative things about Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
And is that the journal entry that there's a half a page torn out?
Yes.
And then did you see Miss Arias's actual journal where you saw pages torn out?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen journal entries where Miss Arias talks about promising that she will not write negative things about Travis, that she promised Travis that she wouldn't write negative things about him in her journals?
Yes, I have.
So the fact that she makes this promise and the fact that there's torn out pages, well, why did she tear out those pages? Did someone tell her to do it?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know who told her to take those pages out?
Mr. Alex?
Speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled. Do you answer yes or no?
Yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Alexander?
And is that part of a controlling behavior on his part, telling her to rip pages out that were negative about him?
Yes.
And do those torn out pages, do they come before she talks about making a promise to him about not writing negative things?
Do they?
Do they come before? They're all contained in the same journal, right? Where she's
Right.
talking about making a promise to him about not writing
Oh.
negative things.
Yes.
Okay. So when we're looking at the big picture of her journal entries, you were asked questions about whether or not there was anything in these journal entries that ever detail when he kicked her, right? And broke her
Yes.
finger?
Yes.
And is there anything in the journal entry about that?
No.
And does she ever specifically give details about when he strangled her?
No.
Does she ever give any details in her journal about when he backhounded her?
No.
Is that consistent with the controlling behavior from Mr. Alexander of tearing out pages when she did write negative things?
Yes.
And is it consistent with what she writes about her promise to Mr. Alexander to
Yes.
not write bad things about him?
Yes.
Is it consistent with her following this law of attraction?
Yes, it's consistent with all of those things.
Is it also consistent with someone who is battered minimizing what actually is going on?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that means then, minimizing?
Minimizing or denying is when you look at something that's happened and you find a way to make it fit into sort of your worldview, make sense of it. So you usually describe it as less than what it was. We had groups in the shelter and outreach groups and individual sessions where women who were abused and I worked with some men who were abused where they would minimize what was going on. They would talk about it as, well, it wasn't as bad as it seemed, or it might sound bad, but it really wasn't that bad at the time, or it's not happening every day, and that's one of the biggest ones I hear. This doesn't happen every day, this doesn't happen every week. This is, unusual behavior, or this person doesn't usually call me names, or whatever that is. Or they don't tell you all the names that they call you. They tell you less than what's actually happened, and that's really common.
Why do they do that, though?
Well, you have to live with yourself. You love somebody, and you don't want to think that somebody you love really thinks those things about you. So you explain it to yourself so you don't have to feel horrible. And so that probably you're not ready to leave and you don't have to leave.
And so if she were to memorialize these horrible things that he did to her, would that be then, well, would that be helping her to remember these horrible things? Is that something that battered women want to do?
No, most of us don't want to remember things that are upsetting to us.
Well, let's just talk about battered women.
Okay.
Most of battered women that you work with, do they want to remember the horrible things that the abusers do to them?
No, they don't.
And by memorializing it in a journal that they keep, journals that they've kept since being a young child, then wouldn't that memorialize it for them? Wouldn't that remind them on an almost constant basis of the horrible things that the abuser did to them?
Yes.
In reading through her journal entries, does she talk about, generally speaking, negative things about Mr. Alexander? Does she say some negative things?
She says some negative things, and they are general.
Okay. Does she talk about then him having harsh words or critical words for her?
Yeah, and cruel behavior.
And cruel behavior, okay. But does she specifically put things in there where... Did you ever see anywhere in her journals where she says that he called her a slut?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever see her write anything about that he called her a whore?
I don't remember that either.
And what about, did you ever see anything in her journals where he called her a three-hole wonder?
No.
And did you ever see anything in there where she's telling her journal that he called her a bitch?
No, I don't remember her talking about name calling in her journal.
None of those specific things in her journals, right?
Not that I remember.
But yet when you read the instant message between them, when he is ranting to her on May 26th, he calls her all those things, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
And so you know from reading those instant messages that that is truthful. Those things happened, right?
Yes.
But yet we don't see it in her journal.
Yes, we don't see it. I mean, no, we don't see it in her journal.
Okay. You were asked some questions about manipulation, right? Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Or we approach, actually.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break until 4 o'clock. Please remember the admonition, you are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
We are in recess. Questions? Please be seated. The record will show that.
Thank you, Judge. Do you remember being asked questions about whether or not you believed Miss Arias?
Yes,
And do you remember talking about going into a case with a certain amount of skepticism?
yes, I do.
Can you tell us what you meant?
Whenever I take,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the objection.
Relevance.
Overruled.
when I take, or when I investigate a case, I don't presume that what I'm being told is the truth. I need to figure that out for myself. I need to have enough to go on. And there are cases I don't take because there either is not enough evidence from my perspective, or I don't believe the person I'm talking to, or I don't have enough time to do a good job. But I have gone into cases and been halfway through cases where I decided that I couldn't testify in those cases. I have testified for a police officer who...
So when you first are on a case and you say you enter the case with some skepticism until you have some more information, right?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
yes,
And did you have skepticism when you first met with Miss Arias? Before you first met with Miss Arias?
yes. I didn't want to, I wasn't sure I wanted to take this case at all.
Okay. And after speaking with Miss Arias, was she able to answer some of your questions that you had?
Yes,
And working throughout this case, was there ever a time that you felt you needed to withdraw from it?
Checks and relevance.
May I approach, Judge? Ms. Violette, during your time on this case, when you are investigating it and looking through all of the evidence, as you said you've done in the past, withdrawn from a case, did you ever feel the need to withdraw from this case?
no,
All right. So let's... When you first met with Miss Arias, do you remember the questions about apologizing to her?
yes, I do.
The fact that, why did you apologize to her?
Because I was genuinely sorry that I invaded private space. people, things that people write and things that people pour out on a page that they believe is private, that's not something that I usually do. And I wanted her to know that I understood what I was doing. And I thought that in her understanding that maybe we'd have a little trust and she would be able to talk to me more easily.
And is her situation different from when you're counseling or when you have battered women come and speaking to you? Are those women coming to you with their problems?
They are, but they generally don't tell me lots of things when they first meet me. It's usually over a period of time when they begin to trust you, and the same with the other folks that I work with. As one of my clients just said, Alyse,
So is it different than with Miss Arias? Because at the point that you met her, did you already know a lot of very personal information about her?
yes, I did.
And information that most of us would consider, in a sexual nature. Did you know a lot of information about sex contact between her and Mr. Alexander?
Yes,
And is that something that is normally kept in private?
yes, it is.
And so is that what your apology had to do with?
Sustained.
So when you went in there and apologized to her, is there anything about that makes you feel like you were biased already for her?
Not at all, no.
Were you ever concerned about liking her too much that you can't give an honest opinion about whether or not she's a battered woman?
No, I just haven't had that come up in a situation where I've liked somebody so much that I can't remove myself. Testimony to me is very significant and very important, and it doesn't matter what kind of case it is, and this case is very serious. But I think when people are talking about losing their children or not having access to their children or losing an inheritance, whatever that would be.
Sustained.
Judge, she's explaining why it's important.
Ask another question.
In your counseling, when you have clients come in your door and you're having your your men's group,
Yes,
and some of those men, I imagine, in the past have done some pretty awful things to people, right?
correct.
The fact that some of those men may have done pretty awful things and you don't like what they've done, does that make it so that you're not able to work with them?
No, it doesn't.
And when you have battered women come and see you, and you might feel badly for their situation or what they've been through, do you ever feel that way for them?
Yes,
Does it mean that you can't work with them and give them an honest assessment of what they might need to do for their own life?
no, it doesn't.
And did you have any problems like that when you were talking with Miss Arias and forming your opinion with regard to this case being a domestically violent relationship?
No, I did not.
All right, let's talk for a second about a couple of small details from Miss Arias' past, okay?
Sure.
Do you remember being asked questions about a childhood friend of hers who knew her when she was in grade school?
Yes,
And did you review a interview of this childhood friend from Miss Arias that she knew her in grade school?
yes,
And this interview would have been, because we're talking about a friend of hers from grade school, this interview would have been conducted about 20 years after this woman knew Miss Arias, right?
correct.
Do you remember being asked questions about what some of the things that this woman said
Yes,
about Miss Arias?
yes,
And were you asked questions about whether or not Miss Arias would play a victim when she was in grade school?
yes,
And then later on, the prosecutor talked, well, immediately after that, the prosecutor talked to you about something that occurs much later in Miss Arias's life, when she is actually after June 4th working at the Purple Plum. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And how did the prosecutor ask you questions about how she acted with men in working at the Purple Plum?
correct.
Those two incidents from grade school and then after June 4th of 2008, 20-some years later, does that in any way form a pattern for you?
No, it doesn't.
Is there any possible way that two incidents, 20-some years apart, is going to make a pattern in your line of work?
Not that I can see, and not regarding domestic violence.
Okay. And the prosecutor was talking to you about also some of the things that Mr. Arias talked about his own daughter, right?
Yes,
And you said you were trying to tell the prosecutor some of the things that you would want to consider with whatever Mr. Arias said about her, right?
correct.
What are some of the things that you would want to consider about Mr. Arias?
Well, for one thing, it's pretty tough when a parent has to look at their own behavior in relationship to their children.
What do you mean?
So, according to reports, Mr. Arias has been abusive with Jodi and controlling and manipulative with his wife, and there are patterns of that. So it would be difficult to have to tell somebody that. So that would be one thing.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd consider?
Well, I consider that Mr. Arias and his daughter had an estranged relationship. So communication between the two of them hadn't been good for years, and that they didn't have regular communication. So what he said would come out of a sort of a limited framework. And after she moved back to Wairika, which was some, I think, 10 years or so after she had left, and they hadn't had a lot of contact.
Well, you asked questions about and some of those men, I imagine, in the past have done some pretty awful things to people, right?
Correct?
The fact that some of those men may have done pretty awful things and you don't like what they've done, does that make it so that you're not able to work with them?
No, it doesn't.
And when you have battered women come and see you, and you might feel badly for their situation or what they've been through, do you ever feel that way for them?
Yes?
Does it mean that you can't work with them and give them an honest assessment of what they might need to do for their own life?
No, it doesn't.
And did you have any problems like that when you were talking with Miss Arias and forming your opinion with regard to this case, being a domestically violent relationship?
No, I did not.
All right, let's talk for a second about a couple of small details from Miss Arias's past, okay?
Sure.
Do you remember being asked questions about a childhood friend of hers who knew her when she was in grade school?
Yes.
And did you review a interview of this childhood friend from Miss Arias that she knew her in grade school?
Yes.
And this interview would have been, because we're talking about a friend of hers from grade school, this interview would have been conducted about 20 years after this woman knew Miss Arias, right?
Correct.
Do you remember being asked questions about what some of the things that this woman said
Yes.
about Miss Arias?
Yes.
And were you asked questions about whether or not Miss Arias would play a victim when she was in grade school?
Yes.
And then later on, the prosecutor talked, well, immediately after that, the prosecutor talked to you about something that occurs much later in Miss Arias's life, when she is actually after June 4th working at the Purple Plum. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And how did the prosecutor ask you questions about how she acted with men in working at the Purple Plum?
correct.
Those two incidents from grade school and then after June 4th of 2008, 20-some years later, does that in any way form a pattern for you?
No, it doesn't.
Is there any possible way that two incidents, 20-some years apart, is going to make a pattern in your line of work?
Not that I can see, and not regarding domestic violence.
Okay. And the prosecutor was talking to you about also some of the things that Mr. Arias talked about his own daughter, right?
Yes,
And you said you were trying to tell the prosecutor some of the things that you would want to consider with whatever Mr. Arias said about her, right?
correct.
What are some of the things that you would want to consider about Mr. Arias?
Well, for one thing, it's pretty tough when a parent has to look at their own behavior in relationship to their children.
What do you mean?
According to reports, Mr. Arias has been abusive with Jodi and controlling and manipulative with his wife, and there are patterns of that. So it would be difficult to have to tell somebody that. So that would be one thing.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd consider?
Well, I consider that Mr. Arias and his daughter had an estranged relationship. So communication between the two of them hadn't been good for years, and that they didn't have regular communication. So what he said would come out of a sort of a limited framework. And after she moved back to Wairika, which was some, I think, 10 years or so after she had left, and they hadn't had a lot of contact.
Well, you asked questions about a comment from him about Miss Arias's truthfulness when she was a teenager.
Yes,
And so Mr. Arias is talking about a time when Jodi was around 14, right?
correct.
Does it mean anything to you that a parent has an issue with a teenager's truthfulness? Is that unusual?
It's not unusual. People with teenagers know it's not unusual.
So would you take that into consideration in whether or not Miss Arias was truthful during her lifetime prior to June 4th?
No, I mean, my understanding is that it was more sins of omission than commission, that she didn't directly lie as much as she didn't tell them what was going on.
All right. And this was, again, back when she was 14.
Right.
And you remember the prosecutor talking to you about these incidents then? Something from grade school, something from 14, and then something after June 4th, right?
Correct.
And that was in response to your comments about no indication of Miss Arias being untruthful prior to June 4th, right?
Correct.
Anything that the prosecutor said to you change your mind about her truthfulness?
No. He was talking about isolated instances. He was not talking about patterns that you could trace. And I didn't take isolated instances from Mr. Alexander's background and hold that up and say,
Sustained.
So something that would be considered an isolated incident for Mr. Alexander, would that carry much weight with you?
no, it wouldn't.
And when you're talking about patterns with regard to Mr. Alexander or incidents with regard to Mr. Alexander, are you speaking in a global sense of patterns that you see with him?
Currently, or as
Yes, I'm sorry, currently.
Okay, yes, I'm talking about patterns that I see over the time that he was in relationship with Miss Arias that appeared to have been present before.
One of the things the prosecutor talked to you about is is your continuum, right? We've been over this.
Yes.
And how do you use this continuum?
I actually have used it a lot in doing training. I use it in conjunction with Michael Johnson's work and Amy Holdsworth Monroe and Gregory Stewart's work. And what I do is explain to people about sort of a context of abusive behavior, a range of abusive behavior. And if I have enough time, I show them a video clip and then ask them to break up into groups and assess and create interventions for people so that they begin to look at this range of behaviors and what might be effective ways of intervening with folks to help them out. And then we come together and we do a case conference together. So I use this more in training. I used it in one child custody case where there was a situation of flight risk and dual passports because the judge really thought about domestic
relevance, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you use this in another case before?
Yes, I used it in a child custody case.
All right, so it was not a criminal case?
No, it wasn't.
And was it to help explain to the judge your opinion?
It was to help explain that terrorism wasn't the only kind of domestic violence.
Okay, so is that something that can be helpful with this continuum for people to understand that you don't have to have the most severe type of domestic violence in order for it to be domestic violence?
Yes, and that's one of the most difficult areas, I think, for people to look at, is that you don't have to be a terrorist to create fear and apprehension in someone.
Okay. One of the things that the prosecutor talked to you about is sexual humiliation and degradation. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And he was asking you questions about whether or not Mr. Alexander would fit into that category that he was sexually humiliated and degraded, right?
correct.
You remember being asked questions about something that Mr. Alexander said during one of his tirades with Miss Arias about feeling like a dildo with a heartbeat.
Yes,
And you talked about that there was much more in that tirade versus just that statement, right?
correct.
And so, having just that statement alone, can you place him and say that he is sexually humiliated and degraded from that single statement?
No, I can't.
Why not?
Because it's one statement, and because I've seen a history of their sexual relationship, and it doesn't appear that he has felt sexually humiliated or degraded by Miss Arias's behavior.
All right. Did you review an email from Lisa Andrews to Mr. Alexander?
Yes,
And in that email, was she talking about their sexual contact between the two of them?
yes, she was.
And was she talking about being uncomfortable?
She was talking about feeling like maybe she was used and maybe he cared more about her body than her. Yes.
Okay. And do you remember the prosecutor asking you questions that somehow in this email, Mr. Alexander was the one who was sexually humiliated because Miss Andrews somehow went too far with him?
Yes.
Objection was characterized as a question.
Approach.
May continue.
And you're aware that Miss Andrews, at the time that Mr. Alexander was dating her, was about 10 or 11 years younger than he was?
Yes,
And when she had this discussion with him about going too far, did she take some of the blame for him kissing her and him having contact with her?
Objection, lack of foundation. Source.
Sustained.
Did you review an email from Miss Andrews?
yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach? Showing you exhibit 385. Second paragraph. All right, so is she talking to him about actually blaming herself for him kissing her?
Yes,
And throughout the conversation that you've reviewed between Miss Andrews and Mr. Alexander, is she talking about, as you said before, feeling used and that he thinks of sex too much?
yes,
Is that somebody who you would consider to be sexually humiliated or degraded?
that
That Mr.
Miss Andrews-
Alexander is sexually
Oh,
humiliated?
no, I would not.
Okay. And you've reviewed or listened to an audio tape from that is a phone sex tape between Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias, right?
Correct.
And this was May 10th of 2008?
Yes, it was.
And in listening to the words on that particular tape, does Mr. Alexander in any way sound uncomfortable?
No, he doesn't.
Does he sound humiliated?
No, he doesn't.
Does Miss Arias say anything to him that degrades him?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. On the other hand, did you speak with Miss Arias about some of the sexual contact that she had with Mr. Alexander?
Yes,
And do you remember being asked questions about some of their first sexual contact between the two of them?
yes,
And was Miss Arias uncomfortable with it?
yes, she was.
Because why?
She thought it was too much too soon.
Okay. So, but she went along with it anyway, right?
Yes, she did.
And is that something she talked to you about that she did several times throughout the relationship?
Yes,
And did she feel that she got more attention from Mr. Alexander when she gave him the sexual things that he wanted?
Objection, leading.
yes, in fact, she said that
Objection, beyond scope.
Sustained.
No, Judge. May we approach?
Well, you can ask a follow-up question. She answered yes. So you can ask a follow-up question.
All right. Then following up on that, what did she say to you?
she said this in an email or one of those written
Objection,
forms.
lack of foundation. Email or.
Sustained.
Whether it's an email or an instant message, does it matter to you?
No,
Was it written communication?
it was written communication.
Okay, and what is it that you learned?
Objection, lack of foundation. Source.
Approach, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the evening recess. Please be back tomorrow morning tomorrow is 10:30. 10:30 a.m. Have a nice evening. Remember the admonition.
Please stand in the jury.
jury has left the courtroom. We are at recess.